Good morning. Good morning, how are we? I made a whipped coffee today. I'm back on the whipped coffee train. Hello, good morning, how are we? Hello. You can keep eating your sandwich and watch. You don't have to stop eating. Hello, hello. Look what I did. You can barely see it. I think only because it's so bright. Once the sun passes over my tall window, I've got the pink sign. I think I put it ever so slightly too high. I might move it. I'll just have to re-drill. I think I need it a little closer down. But you can see it. I love the color of it. Poof, thank you so much for gifting. Thank you for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. This looks so nice at nighttime. It is exactly the color that I was hoping it would be. It does everything. Yeah, you can barely see it in the sun. The pink blends in with it's on the pink part of the rainbow too. But at nighttime, it's really, really nice. And I think I'm going to lower it. This happened last time too. I placed it and I was like, I probably wish I looked at it before I placed it. I would put it a little lower. Luckily, this was drilled in the wall. The other one, I command stripped a billion tiny command strips. Because I couldn't drill in my old walls. I can drill in these walls, so I can undrill and re-drill lower. And then speckle the holes. Look at my whipped coffee. Isn't it beautiful? Oops. Coaxing, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. So I was doing work on Misadventures all day yesterday. All day. And I am almost done building the carousel. I didn't consider how long it was going to take in survival to build this. But I wanted to make a change to it that I didn't do for the hide and seek video, which is I've realized is going to be a major pain in my butt. And the change is going to be that the tent part on the top, I built it originally with concrete and I pre-planned with a bunch of concrete. I want to use wool. I want to use wool because it makes more sense. I have so much wool. However, something that I think Minecraft should change immediately that I realized is so annoying. One dye per one wool. I need so much dye because I need 4 stacks of some of these colors. Concrete, 1 dye for 8 pieces. Terracotta, 1 dye for 8 pieces. Wool, 1 dye for 1 piece. I think that we're at a point that we should make it 1 dye, 8 wool. It should do the same thing as every other dyed material in the game. Oh, you know what? That's not a bad idea, shearing Molly's sheep. I was just going to go pick flowers. I was just going to go run around and pick flowers. That might be a better idea. That might be the move. Let me get on and show you. I just want to do a little chatting before we jump in. Yeah, that's, I need to get some, I used already all of the dye. So I need to get some of each color that I need. I just know I need so many more blocks than what I have. I just am so underestimating of how many blocks I need always. Ailey Funk, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pooh, for another gifted sub. Yeah, we'll do that. We have to do some flower picking, and then we'll dye Molly's sheep and shear them. That is a very good idea. That's a very good idea. I do not play the banjo. I just own a little one. It's actually not even a banjo. It's more closely, not even more closely. It's exactly the same as a ukulele. It is a ukulele, with a banjo body. So it is not played like a banjo. It sounds a little bit like a banjo mixed with a ukulele. So if you know how to play a ukulele, you could play that. If you know how to play a banjo and not a ukulele, you could not play that. But no, I don't know how to play it. One day, I'll be in my era of learning it. I've learned a few songs on it, but just nothing, chords aren't sticking. It's not really something. Welcome, old viewers who just discovered me. I've been streaming on Twitch for 5 years now. 5 years? Who's the longest sub? How long have I been doing this for? I try to post in my community on YouTube every once in a while. I've definitely posted a few times. I add in my link in my description to my Twitch. Sometimes in the video, I'll put the big link in the video. Well, I'm glad you found me now. Because I'll probably continue to be here for quite a while. I hope so. I think when I'm back, I might do shorter stream sessions, less days a week, and just try out a different schedule so that I can do more YouTubing. And then find a new balance and then maybe pick up more time streaming. I've been doing so much streaming, but also it's really hard to stop. It's really hard to walk away, and I really want to play these games, and I really want to play Fields of Mystery, but I have to play Minecraft today. I have to do Minecraft work today. Tomorrow, Fields of Mystery. And that'll be my last stream, so... But I've got some editing to do tonight. I've got editing to do tomorrow. I've got editing to do on Wednesday. It's fine. You know what? I have been watching... I have a story to tell. I was cooking last night. I made dinner. I really whipped something out of my ass that was so good. But this is the story of how I made my dinner last night. So it was gonna begin as my chicken sausage orzo skillet dish that I've made a billion times because it's super easy. I got it off of TikTok, and I had... What I thought I had was all the ingredients except for the chicken sausage, but I had bacon. I thought I was onto something thinking orzo in a skillet with bacon instead, and the same sort of like creamy sauce made with half and half and seasoning and stuff. I was like, that's fine. I'll just sub out sausage for bacon with orzo. It'll probably be fine. I want to use the bacon because I have the bacon, right? That was the premise. That was the initial thought. I have the bacon. Let's use the bacon. Hold on, I'm being asked a very important question. Tay's asking me my favorite evolution. That's a tough one. It's between Sylveon and Umbreon. While I begin cooking, right? I heat up my oil, I put in my garlic. The next step is the orzo. Dry, and then you add chicken stock, and I'll tell you all the ingredients of what I ended up doing. I realized I didn't have enough orzo. I had barely any orzo left. I didn't notice until it was too late and I already began cooking. So then, Umbreon or Sylveon, right? They're okay. You tell me your favorite. I'll keep telling my story. So I don't have orzo. I have a box of regular pasta. How different could that possibly be? It might just need more liquid because these are bigger pieces of pasta. And I'm making it in a skillet, not in a pot. But I was like, that should work fine. I'll just throw in pasta. And then I began realizing that this was becoming a different dish entirely. And I was like, now I've got regular pasta and bacon. This is no longer chicken sausage orzo. What other ingredients do I have that I need to just get rid of or use before they go bad, before I leave on my trip? And thus began this dish of everything in my fridge that needed to go. So, pasta, oil and garlic, that's how it began. I heated up the bacon. It was microwave bacon, so I just broke it up into little bits. We put that off to the side. It's not time yet. I need to put in... It was actually beef stock. I made beef stock and a little half and half. I forget. There are seasonings. I just dropped my ring. Baby, what are you doing? What are you doing? You want a snack? Oh my goodness, I have to give her a little snack. Oh my god. Okay. That was important. And I dropped my ring on the floor. I'll be right back. Okay, anyway. So we have the base of what is usually the regular ingredients for the skillet orzo sausage. Why was I asked? Oh, she's getting keychains. Cute. Okay. And then I just started putting in random things. One thing I realized early. What the heck? You finished your snack. You can't eat the bowl. Star. Yeah, get moved. What are you doing? What's going on? She just pulled her bowl out. Okay. I can't finish the story. I knew early on that I didn't have the right cheese either. I don't even remember which cheese it was supposed to be. I think it was supposed to be Parmesan cheese you throw in at the end. I knew I didn't have that. I knew all I had was a bag of cheddar cheese, and I was like, this is now immediately becoming a very different dish. Pasta, bacon, cheddar cheese, beef stock, and half. Then I was like, okay, what else could I add? I had an onion. I chop it up, I start caramelizing it. I put in balsamic and a little oil, and I caramelize. Because it took me so long to finish the rest of the dish, it took probably about 40 minutes to an hour. So they were really good caramelized onions. Then I put in the seasonings that I normally would, which is onion powder, garlic powder, salt, pepper, and red pepper, because I was like, I feel like this would be good spicy. I just thought it would be good spicy. And then I took that thought and I was like, I looked up a different recipe for a different pasta dish that I always wanted to try that was like onion and pasta. And I was like, let me steal some of the ingredients from this one and throw it into this one. She went full stroganoff. Literally, actually, just wait, because it did actually turn very similar. I love beef stroganoff. That's one of my favorite dishes ever. I need to make that soon. Then I started thinking about needing to make more of a sauce because the pasta absorbed almost all of the liquid. And I was like, I need more sauce now. I put in a little more water. I had tomato paste, so I put in tomato paste. I put in a little bit of the Worcestershire, however you say that. You know what I'm talking about. I put a little of that. And I put in sriracha. I was feeling crazy. Hold on, I might have to refer. Oh, and I put in Greek yogurt because I have a giant tub of Greek yogurt that I am definitely not going to be able to finish in time. And I wanted the sauce to be thicker and creamier. So I put in Greek yogurt. I sent the list to Tay because I was like, just pray for me when I eat this because I don't know how it's going to turn out. Then I put in a whole container of spinach. That was an easy veggie to add in, and it cooks down real quick and easy. Then I put in the entire bag of cheddar cheese, because usually you'd put the whole bag. I made a big skillet of all this food. I think that is all the ingredients. Mixed them all together. And you know what? Put in my bacon. I can't find the list that I wrote, but I don't even need to because I think that was everything. If I think of something else I added in at the last second, being like, what about this? What about that? It came out really good. It did come out salty. I think that was probably a mix of, I think Worcestershire sauce has salt. I probably didn't need to add my own salt. And I put in bacon, which is saltier than the sausage usually. So it ended up being a little bit salty. It was good though. And I have so much of it left. I took a picture of it. I wasn't a cooking stream. That's true. I would make this again. I made it up. I made up my own recipe. And it was really, really good. And it looked really good. I took a picture of it before I put in the cheese because I was afraid that the cheddar cheese was really gonna... I closed the window, baby. Because I need to. Oh, she wants to look out the window. Actually, you can't even see. You can't even see. You want the window open? She loves her window seat. Is that better? Okay. You can't tell what's out there. Hi, Kim! Hi, Kim! Watch her not even sit in the window after a minute. Actually, she's staying there. It's just very bright. Okay, she'll stay there. Here are my caramelized onions, first of all, because these are really important and they came out so good. Look how yummy. These freeze really well. Boom. I think I even cooked them beyond that too. They got tinier. You can freeze them, but I put all of them in. I was just trying to wipe out ingredients from my fridge. I'm about to try dried yogurt with the Greek yogurt. This was the dish before I put in the cheese. I was really afraid the cheese was going to ruin it because look how good it looked before the cheese. Hold on, I feel like it's too bright. You can tell though. Like that's a good looking dish. It's got good looking pasta. It's whole grain pasta. I finally used a whole box of pasta. I used a whole thing of spinach. I used a whole bag of cheese. And this was it after the cheese, which is still looked pretty good. I put in half the bag at first, and then I was like, fuck it. And I threw in the whole bag, but I was afraid that would ruin it. It was really good. It was really good. And I eyeballed all the ingredients except for the chicken stock and half because that came from the orzo recipe. Everything else was eyeballed. I was a chef last night, and I am excited to eat it again. I don't know how to cut the salt out of it, though. Like, obviously, next time I make it less salt, but currently, is there something I can do to make it less salty? How do you counteract that once you've already put in too much salt? Add an acidic ingredient like lemon juice, vinegar, or tomato products, as it can neutralize the saltiness. Oh, and you know what? There's a little balsamic vinegar involved in the onions, but I could probably throw in, I don't know which vinegar. I have white and red and balsamic. I ran out of apple. I love apple cider vinegar. It was so good, though. I was so shocked at how good it came out. Try to buy low sodium sauces, broths. Yeah, oh, and I forgot the beef broth was sodium. I really didn't need to add salt. And then the bacon was salty. That was the issue. I should do white. I'm going to try that. Should I dump the whole thing back in a skillet and just put in vinegar to try and cut back on the saltiness of it? All right, I'm going to go on Minecraft now. Really impressed with myself, though. I chefed real hard. Chefed a little too close to the sun. It is super salty. I didn't think about the beef broth. Because I make that. I don't buy the, like, box kind. I buy the... It's like a paste in a jar, and you use a teaspoon for every cup of water. And it lasts for, like, a year, this jar. I finished it last night, though. I finished off so many things. I was so happy. Add a sweetener such as brown sugar and maple syrup. Ooh, brown sugar sounds good. That's what I just put in my whipped coffee. I did instant coffee and brown sugar. Okay, I just wanted to tell my story. Oh, and I wanted to tell my inspiration for why I even did that. There's a TikToker that... Oh, here, look. There's a TikToker I like to watch, and she starts off her videos with, here's what I eat in a day as somebody who just scrounges around. And she really inspired me to get creative with the ingredients that I have left in my fridge that I don't want to go to waste and just make something up. I've really limited myself to recipes, and if I don't have the right ingredients for a specific recipe, I just don't eat properly, or I order. This is looking good. The only thing missing is I want to do wool on the top instead of concrete. And I'm going to add stairs to it, which the original build didn't have. There wasn't room for. I didn't realize how big this was until I built it in hide and seek, and it took up the entire cube. Like, this was touching the wall. All sides of the circle were touching the wall. But I really like it. It's not exactly the same on the inside. I didn't put anything in here. I'll probably do the interior another time. And then I just put a ladder straight up to the top. It's just easier right now. I'll probably add the stairs. The normal spiral staircase, but this is easier to get me up here. And now I just need a lot of the wool, which I've already determined what I need. And then we'll hang the mounts. So let's see. I already made whatever wool I could. That's a concrete, which I made so much of to be prepared for this, and then I was like, wait, it should be wool. No, I didn't use light matica. To be honest, I didn't. Most of the times that I feel like I might have used it, I just didn't need to in the end. Like, I had all the materials, and I didn't need to worry about it. Hello! It was just, it wouldn't have been helpful, because I already knew what I needed, because I already built it once. And there she goes. Let me close the window. Except for now, hold on, I need to stand up to fix it now. Okay. The only thing it would have helped with is the wool, but I wasn't originally going to do wool. I definitely already had enough concrete. And I know how much wool I need to, but yeah, it just didn't feel necessary. And I can't get it to work on SOS for whatever reason. And I don't have it on Scott's Hide and Seek server. It would have been just more of a hassle to try and figure out how to do it in a moment where I didn't need it. Yeah, I'll definitely use the concrete later. In fact, I do think I'm going to use some of it now. Do I have my screenshots? I need my screenshots. Boop, boop, boop. Minecraft. Screenshots. Oh no, I need the SOS one. Oop, I need to open. I think it goes like this. I think on SOS I built it. And I think the stairs go like that. And then there's, well, actually I think it's wider than that. And then I think there's like planks in between. I don't know if I want to use that color. Or not plank, slabs. I'm gonna go on SOS to go see. But I think this is how I built it. Because I think it was... No, this is wrong. I don't remember. I have to open Minecraft SOS. That's the wrong Minecraft. I hate the Windows version. I didn't ask for it. Oh, and now the Xbox window won't go away. There we go. Okay. I didn't ask for that. Thank you, though. Let's go on SOS. And in the meantime... Was this in a different one? Oh, this was here. This is the wool. I have this much of each color, and I've determined based on the photos, because I know I need double the yellow and double magenta. So I need 4 stacks of yellow, 4 stacks of magenta. 2 stacks of the other 2 should be enough. So that's how many stacks. Wait a minute, that's quartz. Wait a minute. Oh, these aren't supposed to be here. Oh, I miscounted actually then. Okay, let's do it like this. So it would be 3 more stacks of magenta, most likely. They're like almost full stacks. 3 more stacks of yellow. 1 more stack of orange. I totally looked at these and thought they were wool. I need 2 more stacks. 2 more. Luckily, I have plenty. Look at all my wool from everyone shearing these sheep for Molly to get the sheep mount. Okay, so that's all the wool I need. That's all the pink I need. That's more than enough pink. So I'll take that. And I don't have literally any of the dye. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have. I just went and dumped all of it on the wool instead of saving even 1 piece of each one. Okay, Minecraft SOS. Let me just look at these stairs, because I made them on there. Getting the quartz was a bit of a pain in the butt. There's so much of it on the roof. I spent a lot of time yesterday in the nether. Way more than I wanted to. Okay, so I placed them correctly. I just did it wrong. Okay, so this is how I did the stairs before. Not like this. Almost, though. I was almost. No. And then... That's how I did them on SOS, based on a picture I was following. I don't know if I like them. I don't know if I like that block choice. I don't think the stairs are a problem. I think I just don't like the magenta. I don't know what would look better there. A wood? Or a different color? Green? Green is an absolute no. Literally not a single piece of green is in any of my builds. It's a hard no forever. Literally. Love you though. Not interested in green. Cyan. These are not colors that are options. These are not colors. These are your options. These are your only options. I'm not adding new colors. Orange, perhaps. It would blend. It might look nice if it blended. orange, purple, light blue, yellow, magenta. Those are all the colors, plus the pink terracotta. But I've been using that one kind of sparingly. I'm going to have the big tent made out of that, so it's going to have its moment. I'm not worried about it. Orange might blend. I thought bringing magenta to the bottom because there is none down here would be good, but oops. We'll try purple. We'll try orange. I don't know if I like it being a color at all. It could also be quartz. It could also just be wood. It might look good if it was dark oak, just like the trim. I do have so much extra quartz. I was not anticipating having any extra. I don't know how that happened. Let's try white or dark oak. Did I try yellow? I didn't try yellow. It does match this part if I do yellow. Okay, actually, of all the colors, I liked yellow the most. I'll try dark oak. And quartz. Just to see. The yellow looks good because it does match better than the others, I think. Yellow so far, number 1. Now let's try white. I like the yellow more than that. I think the yellow's still winning. Now these will be stripped, I think is the only acceptable way to have it be dark oak. Okay, I'm between yellow or dark oak because it blends really nicely. You don't even notice it. I feel like it's nice that it doesn't stand out, actually. We have so much wood on the bottom of other builds, I'm not afraid of it being wood. Dark oak is pretty good. It's between yellow and dark oak at this point. What do we think? Yellow? I think I just don't like a color being there. I think that it's just so out of place down here. It makes sense up there, but for me on the stairs, it doesn't make sense. I also was going to put them all the way around, but I think I'll just put it there. Right? Just a staircase on the front makes sense. I don't have a line. I'll have to create like a little line around this. I think I like the dark oak. Personally, I know the colors are fun, but I feel like it just makes sense for it to be wood. And it looks real nice. Have the fences go all the way down? Were they not... What do you mean go all the way down? They do go all the way down. What do you mean? Or like all the way down? I see. I don't know. Oops. I have only exactly enough fences to do this. It's not bad, but I think I like the blocks. I think the dark oak wins. For me, I think I like that. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it looks good. All right, let's go to the sheep. I can tweak some things when we come back. I need to go get shears, and we need to go get every color dye. At least a handful of, which shouldn't be too hard, actually. I got all of them pretty easily. We'll see what we get for the resource world. I had an incident yesterday with the resource world. I think that I might be a haunted character on all SMPs I've ever been a part of because I crashed. I wasn't even doing anything. I was just running in a normal way through the resource world. Apparently I entered a corrupted chunk somehow. I didn't touch it. I didn't do it. I didn't corrupt it. but I entered a corrupted chunk and it crashed the server. And then we had to reset the resource world. But then when it came back, it was kind of like weird and broken. So I have a curse that follows me that causes servers to crash. Remember Empire's incident? What am I looking for? Die. Okay, so I have some things that I'll need, and I have flowers. Like, this is a reoccurring issue now, wherever I go. Okay, so I can bone meal these. Let's do that, just to get a bunch of red. Is my internet? Did my stream go down at all, or is it fine? My chat was reconnecting, which is weird. That's strange. Okay. All right, good. Because you know what I heard today is that a lot of people who are with AT&T, specifically in LA, didn't have internet today. No one, which is crazy and scary. I don't have AT&T, but I saw it say connecting to chat, so I don't know what happened, but that was spooky. I need pink. What do I need pink for? Is it pink and red make magenta? No, it's pink and purple make magenta, so I need purple. But I also need purple, so I need more blue. And then I need light blue, so we need a lot of blue. Let's go. Orange and yellow will be easy. And that's all the colors. At least I'm working with dyes that are really easy to get my hands on. If I needed ink sacks, I would quit. They should let you use coal. If you can use lapis, you should also be able to use redstone for red. I have a lot of thoughts. That's probably too much. Okay, that's probably plenty. And then that's plenty. And then I need more magenta than purple, actually. Okay. And I don't need any pink. Okay, so I don't need those. I need these. I need yellow and orange. So I'll keep the red for orange, and I'll just go get a bunch of yellow. Easy. Easy peasy. We'll go take a look at the resource world. That'll be a fun little adventure. Just to grab flowers. And then we'll go to Molly's sheep. To be honest, I don't think that it would be that hard to get all of these dyes without dyeing the sheep, but I think it sounds fun to dye the sheep. And I need to decide... Actually, let me do a quick count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I start with this one? Or did I start with that one? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 8. It's 8. I need 8 mounts. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 8, right? Hold on, let me count again. It's 8. It's 8. It's definitely 8. I have 5. So, I think the easiest... I have a second goat. And I can buy a second sheep. Do I get another rat? Do I get another horse? Do we do a crypt run and like Hail Mary, hope we get one immediately? Get another wolf dog or skeleton dog? I'm definitely gonna have another sheep and another goat. I'll have to decide what the 8th one will be. We do one crypt run, but if it's not him, I'll do a rat or I might just do a horse. Classic, I feel like would be cool. So I'll have to get the other goat. All right. Oh, I meant to put these other dye away. I don't need them. Hello, hello. Imagine I go in and just one kill after getting the skeleton dog. I haven't killed him since at all. And I get it again. Imagine. I could do 2 horse and 2 wolf. To be honest, I'm not afraid of not being able to use him. I'm just going to take him down from the carousel and use him. And then when I come home, put him back. It's like keeping them for myself as well as being a ride. but I can just pull him off. I also measured the fences that I will be hanging the mounts on is 1 block higher than what we tested. What do I need to be holding on to? Red. However, I did make sure on the hide and seek server where I built it, I hung a horse up for an hour where he was bouncing 1 block higher than what I tested I would do it at. And he bounced for an hour and then I let him loose and he did not die. So we're okay. We're going to be okay. I'm a little afraid though. I could always lower the fence that I hang them on by 1. You see how it's down 1 extra fence? I could lower another one so that it's the way that I counted and planned it to be. But at the same time, them bouncing around all the time and hanging from that height, I don't think is an issue. What the heck? There's a witch in here, dude. Oh my goodness. Sun going up or down? Up. Beautiful. Spawn me in a cave with a witch. I love witches. Don't get me wrong. Minecraft witches. A little aggressive. A little scary. I could put raised platforms. The thing is that I don't need to, though. The thing is that I can just let them bounce, suspended in the air forever, and then let them down, and it will be fine. Because I tested. My favorite teleport me to a safe location moment was when I teleported into powdered snow. I wouldn't call that safe. That was in my video. Okay, so these are the only colors I really need. I'm just getting extra red just for the sake of it. How'd you get your sun to look like that? Like, I can't even look at it right now. Like what? Like glowing? Is it the shaders that we're talking about? Because it is just a very bright square right now. Ooh. Really hard to see, but it is a typical square. Yeah, it's just the shaders. Which I realized in hide and seek, I'm the only one who was playing with shaders. If I knew that, I would have turned them off so that everyone's videos look consistent. Or at least for my seeking POV. For my video, I like having them on. I prefer shaders. I honestly don't understand not playing with them. Dude, I know there are people that prefer it, but why? People who prefer no shaders, why? I need to ask my friends who make videos. As a viewer, do you prefer no shaders? Sometimes they're too much, I would say, but I don't think this is too much. There should be a link. We have a shader command. Does this still work? Just like for the authentic vanilla vibe. I feel that. I don't like shaders that take away from that. I do feel like the ones I use make me feel like it's still very vanilla vibes, but obviously it's not. It's just so I can't play without them anymore. I just did a filming session for somebody else's video where I needed to film my POV without shaders. You do get used to no shaders after a while, you forget. But I just love them. I just love them. I like them. They're too much for my PC. Very valid response. Like to watch them and look at them. Can't use them. Oh, that gets you double. Okay, so I'm gonna do... I need to remember this is just for the sheep. I don't even need 60 magenta. This is good. This is all our colors. This is our color scheme. Plus pink terracotta, which is a very important... It kind of gives the tone of this red, but a little softer. It's very important, but this red on concrete is too much. I think what I'm going to do is just pop this in here to make it go away for a second. Like, look at the tone of this. It's just so pretty. It brings me joy to include this color pink-ish, reddish. Yeah, shaders definitely can be overwhelming. 100%. There are definitely ones I don't like. I also like these clouds, which are not shader clouds. This is a mod. I don't like shader clouds. Actually, big hater of all shader clouds. Let me just take a peek around. I don't think we had this world yesterday. I think it's a new one again today. Anything that I need? I needed a lot of spruce, but there was no spruce yesterday, so I made a forest on my own property. Shader clouds are too realistic, and I don't like it. I like the water. I don't think the water is too realistic, and you can change it in your settings. I think the water looks nice. I think it encompasses still the spirit of classic Minecraft without going too far. The water is more realistic, but I like it. I don't like the clouds. Or the realistic sun. Actually, I think I have my sun set to be a square specifically because Shader's sun usually is a round sun, and so is the moon. I don't like the realistic sky like that. I prefer... These are better clouds is the mod. Where are you going for your trip? I'm going to Hungary! I have questions for people that might know the answer. I don't know who possibly would. What's like... Is there anything that I need to be prepared for? I don't even know what kind of questions to ask. I was like, are there outfits that I shouldn't be? Is there a level of dress that is not appropriate? Because I like to wear things kind of short. I'm a believer that for me, as long as it's just under my butt, it's good. It's not too short. Is that a problem over there? Should I not? Is it like, should I be more modest than that? My mom's not going to be happy about some of the dresses I wear, but I'm an adult. I love a little mini dress. I love a little mini skirt. But I also don't want to be stared at everywhere I go. Usually when I travel places, I wear whatever I want, though. I've never gone somewhere where it would have been a problem. I can't imagine it would be a problem there. Are shaders meant to make stuff realistic? It depends. I would say shaders are to do what you want them to do. For me, I like... Look at the light coming through the trees. I like the light. Look at the glow. But I don't want it to look too realistic because I do want to keep that spirit of classic Minecraft. My goal is not to be hyper realistic. Some shaders, absolutely, that's their goal, is to make it more realistic. And you'll even see people combo it with graphics, or not graphics, resource packs that also do that. I'm not trying to do that. That's not my personal preference. Because this doesn't give realistic. It's just the lighting, the way that the shadows and the light and the glow. That's all I want. I love the glow. You're pretty much good. I went this time last year and wore similar stuff. It's gonna be hot too, right? So I want as little fabric on my legs as possible. I love a mini. I'm the most excited for food. I'm so stressed out about this trip for various reasons. But the thing keeping me going is how excited I am about the food. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Okay, I'm gonna go to Molly's. Don't ask me why I'm running on foot. At this point, I don't know. I'm gonna go buy another sheet mount. We'll just ride it back. Did they make any announcements about MCC Pride? Did they say anything about it? Because I can't say anything unless they say something, right? Remember, I can't tell you anything unless they've already announced things. Have you ever used the dog mount? Yeah, I've been using it lately. I can't tell if it's actually slow or it feels slower because it's bigger than the other ones, but it does feel slower than the other ones. They did announce when it is. Okay, then yeah, as long as they've announced when it is, I will not be here. I'm so sad. Whose goat is that? I'm so sad. But do you have a name? Avid. What is going on here? Don't worry, a good Samaritan is gonna make sure he doesn't get more lost. Come here. How did you even get here? Unbelievable. I've got spare leads. Rub it. I put him in the carousel. I've already got 2 goats. I don't need to rub it in his face more that now I have 3. I stole his. I already have 2. I don't need any more. I got 2 so easily. I know. Me not being in Pride is making me so sad. I am not Cupquake. I don't know if you missed where my username is at. Wait, she's not here, right? How are you saying hi to her? Do you know who I am? It's the first one I'll be missing. I hate missing any MCC. I was in all of them for so long. And especially missing a Pride makes me sad. I thought about bringing all of my equipment to be able to play it at my Airbnb, but I wouldn't be able to guarantee I'd have internet good enough. I wouldn't be able to guarantee I'd have to travel with all this equipment that I was so excited to travel with. No laptop, no work stuff. I would need a microphone, a keyboard. No, I would do it on my laptop. So I need a microphone. I just didn't want to go through all that trouble. I'll be watching if I can. I'm not sure what time it'll be where I am, but I am the saddest. I'll be there in spirit. These ones are better to do, I think. I'll be there in spirit, but now I'm the most sad about not being there, literally. But yeah, that's exactly it. I want to enjoy a true... I forgot my shears. All right, everybody. I'm just gonna... Do I have one? Shoot. All right, I'm gonna go buy another sheep from Molly and ride it back. Unbelievable. Molly. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn off the music because I'll probably use bits of this for YouTube. Oh my god, the way she disappeared when I tabbed out. Okay. We need 8 mounts. I have all of them. Just to repeat one more time that I have every mount. I have the skeleton dog, 1 goat, 1 sheep, 1 horse, 1 rat. That's 5. I need 3 more. I do have an extra goat because that was an insane pull. 15 chests I got the first goat, 12 chests I got the second goat. I'm going to buy another sheep, so we'll have 2 goat, 2 sheep. And then we're going to do 1 crypt run and just... What are the odds? I haven't killed a single skeleton dog since I got the drop. Imagine if I ran in there and killed him one more time and I got a second one. I just feel like if it were to happen, I've got to try. There's our second sheep. Now I need to dye all these sheep because I need wool for the big tent part of the carousel. I didn't do it in wool for hide and seek, but it makes sense to do it in wool for this. It's the tent. And I have so much wool. Now we're going to go home and get my shears that I forgot. And you know what? We'll go put this guy with the goat, with the second goat that I have. I just really believe there's a different colored goat. Although this is white sheep. You know, maybe there isn't. It does say white. That doesn't mean... Where would I have put it? Ah, okay, so. Goat mount, sheep mount. I could get another rat. I could get another horse. But I have to try getting another dog. Could you imagine the way that I would rub that in everyone's faces immediately? Okay, I feel like I'll need extra shears. My goal for wool, I don't know if I could place this down in the wilderness. I'll have to see. I think we can. 3 more stacks of magenta, 3 more stacks of yellow, 1 more stack of orange. I actually need a lot more of these too. Let's go grab a little bit more. Oh wait, I don't need this. I just realized I don't need these. I don't need this at all. Sausage especially. Oh yeah, just to rub it in that I got it in 1 after he got it in 8. I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm all sorts of messed up. We don't need any of this anymore. And I'm going to go put the red away because I don't need that either. Okay. Okay, well then none of this wool's getting used anyway. What? That's fine. Okay, I know how much I want, though, of each color. Let me put the red away. I'll use that wool for the big tent. Just wait. Big tent's coming. When I come back, I'm going to do the teacup ride and then the big tent where the performance will happen, where I'm going to get shot out of a cannon. I'm going to ask Ollie if he can help me make that happen. I'm going to do a tightrope walk. I think it'll be made out of glass because I think that's just the most... Or chain. Just a straight across chain. I don't know. We'll see how I feel like executing that one. When is the next episode of Misadventures on YouTube? I'm hoping this one, next Saturday. The next coming Saturday. What day is it today? Monday. Yeah, because I'll have to edit both of the next 2 videos between tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday. So this will come out first, and then I'm going to do a repo video. And then there might not be another Misadventures for a week after I'm back, because I don't know if I'll be able to film one as soon as I'm back and put it out. I'll try. I'll definitely try. I am running once again on foot. No, I am not. I'm taking the dog. We're taking the dog. What new mount should there be? I don't know. I know what one I want for my dungeon. I don't know if I get to have one for my whole town as a reputation mount. But if I do, I want it to be a circus lion. Because I think that'd be sweet. I think that'd be so sick. I hope everybody watched the hide and seek. It was so much fun to do. There's a very split consensus in the comments about whether I should switch POVs back and forth or not. The first few hide and seeks I did, I didn't do that. Then I talked to Scott about it. He switches POVs, and he has a really good reason for doing it, and I agree with his reason for doing it. So I started doing it. And people are split on whether they like it or they find it confusing. It was very 50-50, the comments that I was left, that they don't like switching POV. They do like switching POV. When I switch POV, it's hard to remember where I'm hiding for who. I don't know how I can fix that. I do cut back to me. I should cut back to me more in my hiding spot. I do not F4. The button is F4. I do free cam to follow them around. I think I just need to cut back to where I'm hiding as each person is seeking. And I'll leave the timer color-coded to each person, but I think I'll also put their face in the corner like how Jimmy does, or at least their name. So then, because I like doing the switched POV, I like that Scott does the switched POV, and he made a good point that sometimes when you do in a specific order, what people will do as viewers is they'll come into the video and they'll skip just to who they wanted to watch, whoever is their favorite. Switching POVs more likely gets people to watch the whole video rather than just skipping to the people they wanted to watch seek and then leaving. I got to do things the YouTube way sometimes to help out my retention. But I think with Gem, I couldn't free cam because I had to stay shifted. I think I need to cut back to where I'm hiding more for the other people. That way you are reminded, okay, this is where she is for this person. Is there a fence around here anywhere? Why is everything a gate? Here we go. There you go. You sit tight. You be kind to him. He's just as much a cryptid horror as you are. Okay? Have some respect. I'm going to go sleep in my van real quick. What was that sound? That was a weird sound. I'm guilty of that, specifically after I've watched the video. Yeah, and you know what? I don't have any problem with people watching videos whatever way they prefer. If you want to watch a video and you're only interested in watching one person's POV within the video, that is your right. You have every right. I didn't bring my yellow bed. I kind of feel like this bed should be yellow. I think that it used to be, and then I made it pink. Oh, way cuter. Why was this pink? I don't remember. It is confusing. I want to find a way to edit it so it's less confusing, but I still switch POV. I don't know. We'll see. I have to play around with how I edit it because it's a very split how people feel about it. All right. We'll put the music back on for shearing. Oh, I just clicked the wrong thing. Okay. All right, so we're going to do one color at a time, right? We're going to make all these sheep. Can you hear the commotion that I'm hearing right now? Yeah, I'm going to put... The thing is that I don't think the confusing part for people was whose POV they're on. That was easy for them to figure out. The confusing part was every time I switched, they didn't remember where I was hiding for that person. And I didn't even think of that while editing, because I knew where I was. That wasn't even something I thought about. That would be confusing. When I switched to Jimmy, they're like, oh, where is she hiding now? Because I don't remember. So I think I just need to, instead of free camming the whole time, do what I did with Gem, where I didn't free cam at all, but I'll do a mix of both. Free cam and cut back to me in my spot to remind you every time I switch POV. This is where I am for this person. I might try it that way next time. It's hard to tell how long it took to the others in comparison. I also felt like that by the end, which is why I actually said how long it took each person. I need to do like a ding 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 when the timer is up. I was just at my limit at the end of the edit that I couldn't do anymore. Okay, we'll start with orange. I just need to make a decision and start mindlessly shearing. Who left you red? Does this one ever eat? I don't think I'm going to waste my dye on it. There are some things to try out. I think I will leave their faces in the corner as well as having color-coded timers. And make sure I remind you where I'm hiding for each person. And then maybe even after each person is finished seeking, cut in and say, they took this long or something. Just make it a little more clear. I do like the timer. The first time we did hide and seek, I didn't even use a timer because my version of it I wasn't thinking of it really like a competition. There's no prize. So I just liked the game of I'm going to hide and you seek me. And I didn't have a timer the first time around. I was in the middle of a quest. I didn't realize. I don't even need to. Whatever. Okay, so for orange, I want 2 full stacks, I think, actually. That's not what I said before. I think orange I only had like half a stack. Am I allowed to? Okay. I have 43. I'm going to get maybe as close to 2 stacks. I might cut it short. I can also go place my shulker at my van, which is convenient. I'm glad I own some land on the community property. Oh yeah, this is way better. Way more efficient. I still think they should change wool to be 1 dye for every 8 wool, just like every other dyeable block. Make it consistent. All right. I could go dye the other ones too. The only thing with them is that they don't have as much grass, so they don't replenish as quickly. I have 6. I did already use all of that, which is nuts. May as well. There's not enchantments for shears, are there? Can I get fortune so I get more wool? Because I would really like that if it was a thing. I think that'd be swell. Are you still working on the carousel? Yeah, we're working on it literally right now. I just need wool for it, for the tent part, and then it's done. Hello, hello. Is green of creative color? No. Which is why it's not in my circus carnival at all. Somebody in the comments of the hide and seek video figured out. Remember my dilemma when I realized everything I'm building is not even actually circus stuff? And then I like in my brain didn't even realize there's a difference between a carnival and a circus. And I had been using those as interchangeable concepts. It is both. At my carnival is a circus, but someone pointed it out in hide and seek and they were like, this isn't really a circus build. This is a carnival build. And I was like, okay, okay. You noticed the issue that I ran into. It's there's a crossover. There's a crossover. They share elements. I'm just a clown, man. I just work here. You can have a carnival. You can have a circus at a carnival. Although for the hide and seek, the theme was circus, and it had a tent on top. I built a carousel, which I guess isn't a circus thing. But you know what else they told me? They said cannons isn't a circus thing, and I fully disagree. Cannons and like a guy being shot out of a cannon is totally a circus thing, right? That's totally a circus thing. And they were like, you should try doing more European circus. No, I did American circus where we shoot people out of cannons, allegedly. I've never actually... I went to Cirque du Soleil once. I don't recall there being a man shot out of a cannon. In fact, I don't know that that's ever been a real... Ooh, perfect. I don't know that that's ever been a real thing. Is that just in the cartoons? Okay, I'm going to do the ones that I don't need more than 2 stacks of. So let's do purple now. Oh, I can't dye them until they have wool. Like, I don't know what European circus is compared to American circus, but I think that cannons and people is totally a circus thing. Yes, cannons are circus. Yeah, I was like, you got me that a carousel is not really a circus thing. It's a carnival thing. However, I will fight that the people being shot out of cannons is totally a circus thing. Maybe they don't do it in Europe, but I'm not European. So why would I do a European circus? It's also too late. It's too late. I'm not changing it. I don't think human cannons are really allowed anymore. Did they ever do that for real, though? How would that even work? Were there ever real human cannons? I've never seen it. Obviously, we shouldn't do it anymore, but like, how did that work before? I thought it was just a TV thing, because I can't even imagine how that works. How do you get a guy to go in a cannon willingly? Meanwhile, I'm going to ask Ollie to build me a cannon so that I can get in and shoot myself across my big tent. Okay, but this is a video game, and I'm a performer. And so I believe in risking it all for the performance. I'm old now, and yes, they do shoot peeps from cannons. They do. Real? Okay. I want to see that. They lived, right? They were just shooting people and they died. Yeah, I'm going to need TNT. That's that. When I'm ready for the grand opening, I'm going to have a whole performance. I'm going to ask Avid, Drift, and Eloise to be my circus monkeys for the day, just to help out with the performance of everything and everyone hopefully going and playing games. I'm so excited about that. That's going to be so fun. I don't know how long it'll be until it's fully complete. When I finish the build... Hello! Hello! When I finish the build, Lizzie has to go in and make it like a proper town the way that Maryport is. And tweak some things, so that'll take a little bit more time too. I think once the big rides are done though, the rest is gonna go quick. I really believe that. I'd jump into a cannon. You know, back in the day, stunt people, they were doing crazy stuff. You know, is his name Charlie Chaplin? That man was doing crazy stuff all the time. That man probably almost died so many times. Who's the guy that did a stunt where, like, the front panel of a whole entire house fell around him and he was just perfectly where the window was, but he stood ever so slightly in the wrong spot and it hit his arm? I don't think that was Charlie Chaplin. I think that was another guy who I was actually... I can't recall his name, but I learned a lot about him. Very impressive stuff. Buster Keaton! 100%. That man also probably almost died so many times. I think it broke his arm. Buster Keaton. What a name, Buster. Was that his real name? Or is that like a stage name he chose later? Honestly, from the time period he came from, I think people did name their kids stuff like that. Buster. Hey, Buster. We need to bring that back. Hey, Buster. Hey, buddy. My brother's old Teddy was named Buster. I feel like people back then named their kids things that were very much something you'd name your toy. They had real fun names, though. I feel like the ladies, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but if you started shooting options of lady names from back then, there were so many fun ones and like so cutesy. Are these very American too? I feel like that Buster's giving very American, but I wouldn't know. I don't know if that man, I think he was American. Okay, let's go sleep. Marigold. Think of like old lady names from back then, because there's a few that I'm like, I would name a child that now, because it's so cutesy. Not this one. I wouldn't name a child this, but I do think Betty is such a cutie little old lady name. There are so many cutie old people names, but they're so cutie that they might work for a child now. You know what I mean? I also love like an old person name that has a really cutesy nickname. So like, I wouldn't be opposed to the names sort of like Tobias, but you call him Toby. I don't know. I think that's fun. I can't think of any others. How are you still orange? Okay. Beautiful. Let's do blue next. I only need 2 stacks of blue also. Theodore, and you call him Teddy. Bonnie. Bonnie. That's one that would make such a cutesy name for a young person now, but is also such a cutesy old person name. I think Bonnie's amazing, actually. Bonnie is wonderful. I actually loved, is it Despicable Me? Agnes. My grandmother and my aunt are both named Agnes. And I thought it was such a cute... I wouldn't have thought of it being a cutesy name for a little girl until they brought Agnes into that movie. And I was like, I'm seeing the name in a different light because I only know people older than me who have the name Agnes. Do you want to know my grandpa's name, actually? It was Agnes, and I think my grandpa's name is one of the also kind of fun, kind of cutesy in a way. And there was a very popular cartoon at the time that had a character that was a young person. Actually, he was a monkey, I think. But my grandpa's name is Laszlo. I love that. I love that. Laszlo. Is that super Hungarian? Because that's what they are. That's my aunt and my grandma and my grandpa. Those are the Hungarians. Camp Laszlo. Laszlo. Isn't it great? I really, really love it. Cecilia. Yeah, that gives old person, but also cutesy for a young, like a little baby. I love these names having a comeback. What a fun thing. That's a good circus name. Laszlo. Yeah, like you'd think a clown could be named that, maybe. Okay, I have less of the light blue dye, but that's okay. We're making good progress. This is going pretty quick. Maybe quicker than it getting actually 4 stacks of each of these dyes. Laszlo and Agnes. I do believe Agnes is a very Hungarian name, and I think Laszlo is too. They were obviously named there and born there. Cecilia is very common here. And may I ask where is here? Just as in the broad sense, like country? Unless you're talking a specific state, which is also acceptable. 'Cause some names have certain states that are... Like there are names that are very southern, American southern. Actually, Shelby is a name that had its time where I think peak Shelby in America was the American South. And it usually was coupled with another name. Shelby Ann, Shelby something. They love doing that in the South too. Mary Ann, Mary Lou, Shelby, whatever. They use Shelby. The origin of Shelby, though, I've Googled, is like an old English boy's name, apparently. Obviously more popular as a girl's name, but it is considered a unisex name. And it was originally a boy's name. Old England boy name. I love a gender-neutral unisex name, though. And I have a trope with every original character I have ever role-played as, almost. Where their full name is a very feminine name, but they always go by a nickname that's very boyish. So we had Michaela, whose nickname was Mickey. I had Charlotte, whose nickname is Charlie. I actually had a D&D character not online that I played. Her name was Antoinette, and she went by Tony. And I'm actually doing a new role-playing thing soon with some friends, so I have a new one. I don't know if I want to reveal her name, actually. Hold on. I actually forgot her name. Hold on. I have to go check because I like doing that, having a girl name, but they go by a nickname that's a boy name. I like Billy for girls. I like Joe for... Oh, I played a Joe whose name was Joanne. I love that. It's my biggest, like my most favorite thing as far as like whenever I needed to name a girl that I was playing. Oh, okay. So I'm going to be playing a character and I've decided her name's going to be Billy, but it's short for Wilhelmina. It's always short for like kind of an obscure, I think that it would be something she'd be embarrassed about. But I love that. I love having a little like boyish, but also it's truly just a unisex name because if any gender can use the name, all of a sudden it's a unisex name. I like those kinds of names. I had to Google what's like the girl version of William to be able to call the girl Billy as a nickname for a real name. You can just name a girl Billy, but I wanted it to be a nickname for a different name. So I found Wilhelmina. You'll never believe how it's spelled. I couldn't believe it. To find that name online, I didn't even know how to spell it initially. And then finding out how it's spelled, I was like, oh, I did not expect it to be like that. It's spelled... Wilhelmina. Probably something more people would maybe go by Mina instead if that was their name, but I like the idea of the character being embarrassed by their full name. They go by Billy. Wilhelmina. You're all spelling it wrong. You're missing the H that who would have thought would even be there. That's why I couldn't even find it online. I had to be like, I don't even know how to Google this. All of these characters are always like a little bit tomboyish too, I feel like. Usually. Not always, actually. My Tony character wasn't. just a fun thing that now that I've done it so many times, I have to keep doing it. Although I am eventually going to run out of names, I think. Why is there an H? I don't know! It's silent. Wilhelmina. Why is there a second L? Yeah, right? Because you wouldn't say Will. You only pronounce it with one. It's a crazy spelling. Ooh, okay. Can I get a perfect 64? It's like the universe wants these to stack actually perfectly. Okay, so next we're gonna do... Oh, I ended up with extra purple dye. You know, I don't want to have extra. What? Littering? No, never. Me? No. No. All right, now I need 4 stacks of these ones. So I'll do pink or magenta. I need way more of these colors than the others because there are 2 sections on the tent. I'm also going to build it different than on hide and seek. I don't know if I ever showed you the top-down view, but the front is magenta and yellow, and the back, I did them symmetrical when they should have been opposite. I don't know if that makes any sense. We're like going around, it was magenta, yellow, pink, magenta, so they were completely opposite instead of being like diagonally opposite, if that makes any sense. I'm gonna flip them. I don't even know that I ever showed the top-down view of the tent anyway. Yeah, I think absolutely Theodora for a Teddy is definitely on my list if I ever need another OC. I just like doing it. I like doing that. And I like that I have a name that, you know, I actually know one boy named Shelby. So it's not entirely unheard of for boys to be having this name too. Let me go over here. You know, I feel like Star could be a good unisex name too. Honestly, any name could be. You just can decide that whenever you want to. You can say, I'm a girl and this is my name, which is traditionally, maybe historically, a boy name, but you're allowed to just do that anytime you want. There are no rules. One of our many great freedoms. When you have a baby, you can name that whatever you want. No one can stop you. And you can name yourself whenever you want. Isn't that amazing? The process is difficult, though. I've looked into it. It depends on the state. I feel like Shelby is a common English surname. I feel like I've seen a lot in it is originally an Old English name. So that makes sense. But I have one sort of family member. One of my sister's husbands is Filipino, and in his family, he has a cousin named Shelby, who's a guy. And I met him, and he's very nice. But it is the only guy that I've ever met named Shelby, but I know that they're out there. It exists. Ashton is very unisex. I knew multiple girls named Ashton growing up, to the point where I thought it was a girl name, and I didn't even know about Ashton Kutcher yet. Raven is also cool. Also was my favorite Teen Titan character. I feel like growing up, I was a Raven girl. She was my absolute number one favorite, like hands down, by far. Now, I think my favorites are Beast Boy and Starfire. I still love Raven, but just I was so attached to her as a kid. I love Starfire now, though, but I have a thing for every character that has pinkish hair. There's just so many really good ones. I even played a game at Summer Game Fest that had another main character girl with pinkish hair. And I was like, I just think of Nimona, I think of Starfire, I think of Mika and the Witch's Mountain. There's so many good female characters with pinkish hair. Why do they all have pinkish hair? I don't know, but I love it. I still think about chucking a little bit of pink in my copper hair. I did do that, except when we did it, we used a color that, we used a color remover. I didn't want my hair to be lifted that much. I didn't know that it would require that. and it damaged my hair. But I could just throw pink in here anytime I want to. I could throw a little bit of pink. It would just be a little tint of pink. That'd be really cool. The pink was beautiful when I had it, though. For the little period of time that I had it. That was the end of those extensions anyway, and I knew I needed to get new ones. So I didn't mind ruining them. It was a risk I was willing to take. But I love a berry pink. That's such a pretty hair color. Boing. My grandparents on my mom's side have really fun names, but then there's my grandma on my dad's side. Her name was Constance, which I've heard in TV shows. I don't know where that name's origins come from. None of my grandparents were born here, so I don't know if it's... She was the Italian in my family. Oh, here's one. There's a movie that has a character named Constance. That is on the tip. Is it the animated movie with the house? Am I making that up? Do you know what I'm talking about? Where the house is like the spirit of this guy's dead wife. Is her name Constance? Or am I confusing a different thing? And Sheldon has Meemaw. Is that her real name? Because that's so cute. Meemaw. Monster House. Is that it? It was his wife's name, Constance? I think it was. Constance is a character in Supernatural in the pilot. Oh, I watched so much Supernatural. I was obsessed. I'm getting a phone call, and I have a phone call I'm expecting today. I'm just going to go take it really quick to make sure it's not what I'm waiting for. Okay, I had a feeling it wasn't because it didn't look like the number I would have expected for... I know what the number should look like. No one answered. I hate answering the phone. I normally wouldn't, but because I know I need to accept a call today, I took it. No one. Just nothing. Not even a robot. Not even a robot talking to me. I hate when I'm on the phone with a robot, though. They are causing way more problems than they are doing good. I was calling around multiple Best Buys around me, right? Because I wanted to try and get a Switch immediately, if possible. I call several... I just trying to call the first Best Buy. I'm met with a robot immediately. And the robot... All I want to do is call the person, any human being that is actively in the store, to ask them if they have Switch 2s in stock. This robot, I just couldn't deal with it. It was the most frustrating experience of my life. I had to hang up and recall multiple times to the same location because it kept bringing me to the wrong place or was asking me questions. Do you need this? Do you need that? And it wasn't giving me any of the options that I needed. I needed a human being who was in the store to just tell me if they had a Switch 2. And I just kept asking, and I tried just being like, can I talk to a person? Can I talk to a person? And it kept being like, I need to know what you need to be asking the person. Do you need this or this or this? None of the things were the thing I needed. I just needed to ask a human being. It was impossible for it to get me to a human. Eventually I did get to the person, and they said no. They don't have any in stock, and they said check back in a month. But this robot, they didn't have enough options. It wasn't understanding me when I was like, I just want to talk to a person in the store. You can't help me. I just want a person in the store. It brought me to 3 different robots, right? The first robot brought me to a different robot in a different department that I wasn't asking to talk to. Then it brought me to another different robot in another different department. And I don't know even if it was maybe the robot had different voices because different robots were speaking to me. They had different tones, and I don't even know. I hated that. I think at the very least, if you're going to have robots answering your phones primarily, at minimum, if I say, I need to talk to a person, get me away from the robots. Immediately put me on the phone with a human. But that didn't work. It just refused to connect me with the store itself, and there was no way for me to talk it into it. I don't even remember what I needed to ask it to get it to send me to a person in the store, eventually. It was so painful, I almost screamed at my phone. Actually, I think that they record those calls, and I think I did say at one point out loud, this is so fucking stupid. Sorry. We're playing Minecraft. I've already done a couple swears today. Oops. It's like I'm not trying. I try to be nice to my robots that I need to speak to. I say thank you to Siri. But I just... Are you purple? Yes. Ugh. Robots aren't at the point where they would need to be taking over a whole human being's job, if that's the goal. Which also, that shouldn't be the goal unless we have universal basic income. Hot take. That's okay though. It's not, but... I remember being in elementary school and being sold this idea, one day we'll have robots doing our jobs and we won't have to work anymore. But it was like a cool thing because it would be, you don't need to work, but you're still able to like make an income and a living. It just won't be required to do work to have a living. What a dream I was sold as a child. Just kidding. They're going to take our jobs and they're not even going to be good at them. And they're not going to offer any alternative for the human beings that need work or money. I don't even have an Alexa. I try to have as few robots as possible. I barely even want to have Siri, to be honest, but she's in there built in. I turned her off from learning any app that I've ever downloaded ever, and every app that I continue to download. I don't want her learning from it. No offense, Siri. I don't need you getting smarter. I've never typed anything into a chat GPT. I know people say that they find it to be really helpful for organizing and things like that, but I don't need a robot. However, the food delivery robots, I kind of like those. I like those because I can just go outside my front door and pull it out of the container that wheels up to straight to the door, and then I don't have to have an interaction with a person. The robot does all the work. I like the delivery food robots. They're cool. There's a robot at Stop and Shop named Marty, and he's so annoying and makes me so upset in the grocery store. My mom's grocery store has a robot, and they put googly eyes on it as if that's going to make us feel better about their presence, but it's so stupid, and it's always in the way. And my mom said its job is to just kind of like go down each aisle, and if it detects a spill, it doesn't clean it. It just tells them there's a spill. That's his only job. He paroles the aisles to find if there's a spill, and he's just always in the way. They're not smart enough to be doing... We're not in... What's the movie? WALL-E. We're not there yet. We can't have all these robots doing these little jobs. They're not good at it. Keep giving the jobs to people until the robots are actually able to do it at least as good as a person. I don't remember the store's robot's name. I don't know if my mom even knows it, but he has googly eyes because they think that makes them more approachable. The universe? Look at what's happening. Look at the perfection of these stacks of wool. You can't make that up. Okay. And if I needed more wool, it's actually not a big deal to come back here and do this again. I shouldn't have gotten rid of the purple wool dye. I'm going to go grab it if it's still there. And I'm going to put it in my shulker. Are you still there? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I threw it over here. Okay, it's gone. It's fine. I'm going to go sleep. Put the other wool away, or dye, and then all we need is 4 stacks of yellow now. I'm getting extra because I'm not even accounting for the ones I already have. I determined that the total I need is this much. This is now extra, just to be safe, because I'm so bad at estimating how much I need. Dude, I better get 4 perfect stacks of yellow because that's so incredible that it worked out that way. Oh my goodness. Robots should stay in their lane. I don't even want to, the way that ChatGPT is having a mind of its own. We were warned about these things. We were warned about this. What do you mean? And why are we trying to make robots with AI in them that look terrifying? I saw a really good point about this, though. If we're going to be making robots like human-sized robots, why are we trying to make them have people faces? There are so many other options to make them have a cutesy, fun robot face with, like, little emoji faces. But instead, we're doing realistic skin with emotions that are just so uncanny and terrifying looking. Make them cute. Have you seen... I've talked about him before. I think his name... hold on. Astro. I'm never going to buy it. It's way expensive. But a robot that they got right on cute factor is Amazon's Astro. He's $1,600. But he's got a little iPad face with these cute big little eyes. Why are we making the robots look like people? Why are we making them look like people? Make them look like robots. Cute, though. But cute. They could be so cute. We're doing it wrong. We have so much potential. Look at all the artists that have ever drawn robots ever in their lives. There's so many cute options. And the people who are buying robots to be companions, we're cooked, dude. We're cooked. That just shouldn't be allowed. That shouldn't be allowed. Man. At least leave the robots alone. I don't even like them. Leave them alone. Don't do anything nasty to the robots, please. A cat face, right? They could be so many things. They don't need to be people. Why do they have skin? Why are we trying to give the robots skin? Because I don't like it. Honestly, this has actually been a sort of trending issue for me, which is that we're doing all these live actions, right? That's a huge thing right now. I didn't need everything to be realistic. Games, I don't need to be realistic. Movies, I don't need to be realistic. I want to see more animation. I want to see more whimsical, fantastical, imaginary versions of things that we couldn't have in reality. I don't want realistic video games. I don't care about realistic graphics. I don't care about seeing toothless realistic. I'm not seeing Lilo and Stitch. Definitely not. I want to see new forms of animation. I want to see more styles of animation. I want to see more 2D animation. We've like all but abandoned 2D. And it's so special to me, which is why all my favorite movies are animated movies of different styles. Coraline, Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse. I actually think Across the Spider-Verse was better than the first one. I've never said that about a sequel ever, I think. I think I liked Across the Spider-Verse even more than the first one. Studio Ghibli, Howl's Moving Castle, favorite movie all time. These games coming out made stop motion. I want more of that. So much creativity, and these are things that robots could never do. A robot could never. The realism, I'm not into it. I love a cartoony, fun, whimsical, imaginary, fantastical. But also the method in Across the Spider-Verse and Into the Spider-Verse, it's that layering. I believe it's CGI layered with 2D animation. That's how they got that effect. A robot could never. A robot could never even conceptualize that. I want more things like that. Super creative, out of the box animation. And just there's so many great 2D animated. I saw a movie on the plane, one of the planes I've taken in the last year. I think it was Scottish, and it was about a little girl that gains it's a little girl. There's two little girls. One of them has the ability to turn into a wolf, and the other one gains the ability to turn into a wolf. And the original girl, who has always been a wolf girl, her mom gets captured, and so it's them trying to... if you know this movie, please let me know the name of it. It was a 2D animated film. Wolfwalkers! I had never heard of it before because I believe it was... I'm just going to go find out. Wolfwalkers. Beautiful. Irish. It's Irish. My bad. I love seeing people's styles when it comes to 2D animation. You see so much personality in a different sort of drawing style for things like that. It's so beautiful. Also, the new Ghibli movie, I need to see it again. I've seen it twice, and I want to see it even again because I thought the animation in the new one, The Boy and the Heron, was so good. So good. A lot of like new techniques I never seen in a Ghibli movie before. The story was a little confusing, and I wouldn't put it at the top with like the classic Ghibli, but honestly, it was way amazing. It was so good. Really, really loved it. I think the more I see it, the more I like it, actually. Because originally I said, it's not as good as the originals, but I really, really liked it. Then I saw it again, and I was like, actually, this is kind of a masterpiece work of art. And I think if I saw it a third time, I would put it in my top 5. Actually, I think it's in my top 5. Yeah. It might move its way to top 3 when I see it again. I'm so envious of people that are so talented at drawing, too. And then also, whenever people draw me, it gives me a glimpse of, I feel like you're getting a look out of somebody else's eyes for a moment, where that's seeing people draw me in their styles and then getting to see how they see me through their eyes. And they draw this most fantastical image of me or my characters. Honestly, jaw-dropping. It amazes me. I've seen so many great drawings. After the 7th time, it'll never be my favorite. Howl's Moving Castle will be number 1 forever. To be honest, I don't even know what my top 5 are. I haven't even put thought. I can say what they are. I don't know what order they'd be in, except for that Howl is number 1. Kiki's Delivery Service. Princess Mononoke. God, honestly, they're really all amazing, aren't they? They're all really amazing. Spirited Away, I really like, but it is not one of my top 3. And honestly, I would see it being bumped out of top 5 in favor of Boy and the Heron. Because I did really like, and I like Spirited Away a lot. I also really like My Neighbor Totoro. Ponyo is great, but I don't think Ponyo would be my top 5. Princess Mononoke, absolutely top 3. That one is exceptionally near the top. Kiki's Delivery Service is really fun and cute, and it's just such a feel-good movie. I honestly like, out of Howl's Moving Castle and Princess Mononoke, the politics. It's most Ghibli movies are very political. Kiki's Delivery Service, I love that it's not really. It's more whimsical, more kind of family-friendly for kids vibe, but it's so heartwarming. I love it so much. Just a good feel-good movie. And I haven't seen all the Ghibli movies. I've been getting... I think I need to watch the movie Grave of the Fireflies. I know that it's going to devastate me. I know. I already know. I read a post about what the cover art is, and I never knew. They're not fireflies. And so I know that movie's going to kill me. But I need to watch it, I think. And Nausicaa is another one that I've always wanted to watch, and I haven't. I've seen the beginning of Castle in the Sky, and I didn't finish it. I should. I think... Nausicaa is the one I actually want to watch next, possibly. We need to bring back movie night. I lost it. I lost it with movie night. I was not able to keep up all of a sudden. Summer is what happened. Summer immediately changes my usual schedule because there's so many things going on. A lot of traveling going on, a lot of activities going on in LA, so Saturdays become suddenly busy. Movie night, we watch Nausicaa. Next movie night, if I can make one happen, it won't for 2 weeks, obviously. Maybe, though, at the end of July, we try again. I'd love for Nausicaa to be the next one. Also, if I can plug Nimona again one more time, because it's also one of the best animated movies, one of my favorites. Immediately as soon as I saw it, actually even before I saw it, I saw a clip of it, and I was like, that's an incredible movie. Didn't even see it yet, but I knew, and I was right. Nimona is incredible. Stunning, beautiful. I was supposed to make Amy watch Nimona at TwitchCon. We never have time to watch a whole movie. Amy needs to watch it. I held my end of the bargain up. I watched all of Owl House. Amy needs to watch Nimona. I can understand if what's putting them back is the fact that everyone keeps telling them they need to watch it, but it's because I know they're gonna love it. It's because I know that this is gonna immediately become such a love for them, but then I'll have someone to talk obsessively about how much I adore that movie with if I can get them to watch it. It's such a beautiful movie, and it's honestly a really great representation of a character that is trying to explain to people, Nemona's constantly like, I'm not a person, I'm not a girl, I'm me. I'm just me. But everyone's calling her a monster. But I understand when a bunch of people are telling you to do something and you're like, yeah, and then you don't want to do it because so many people are telling you. But I really need Amy to watch Nimona. I really do. I really do. And Gucky has seen it. Gucky knows. Gucky understands. If I can convince Amy to go to San Diego, maybe we can make it happen. Grave of the Fireflies devastated my cousin, so I forbid myself from watching it. I think that it's going to devastate me too, but I honestly really, really love sort of the political conversation that Ghibli movies are often starting, like Howl's... Yo. Dude, perfect stacks. Perfect stacks. Stunning. Beautiful. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Amazing. We can watch it together. That could be another one. Oh my god, but then there's The Cat Returns, and I actually forget the name of the first one. I liked the first one so much. The Cat Returns is just a little bit too ugly for me. No offense. I couldn't get past it. It was really difficult. Look at this. Stunning. Stunning. Okay, I'm done. Let's go. We're leaving them yellow. Oh, actually, I can't believe that worked out that way. For all of my stacks, there's not something coded into Minecraft to be like, we're aware of her inventory, and we're aware that she only needs one more piece of wool for a full stack, and the sheep doesn't give me 2, it gives me exactly 1. That is amazing. Look at that. This is why I say I don't think that I have good luck or bad luck. I don't even actually believe in luck that much. I don't believe in jinxing. I'm not suspicious in that kind of a way. I'm suspicious? What, is that the word I'm looking for? Suspicious? Superstitious. I'm suspicious. The only thing I'm superstitious of is like creatures and dark beings and ghosts and, you know, cryptid, things like that. There's stuff out there, I think, and I'm not here to mess with any of them. However, I don't believe in, I don't believe in jinxing. I don't believe in knocking on wood. Oh, I don't know why I'm going in here. I don't need to sleep. I need to shulker box. However, if I were to describe my own sort of luck, I wouldn't call it good or bad. I have the strangest neutral luck. This you might call good, but the strangest things. And then there's me crashing the server yesterday. I didn't even do anything. He was like, did you notice Mr. Mad Spy was like, did you notice anything weird before you crashed? And I was like, I was literally in a dark oak running across the treetops. And apparently I entered a corrupted chunk out of nowhere. Just the strangest. It's not necessarily bad, but it's not good. Maybe it's bad, but it's just like it's the weirdest kind of luck I would ever describe. Like, I don't know. But then I got the most satisfying perfect stacks, dude. Oh wait, why am I walking? Where am I walking? I don't need to walk. All right. Was there anything I wanted to do before it's time to put the wool? Hey, baby! Hi, princess. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. It's strange. I call it strange luck. I wouldn't even call it neutral because it's just weird. I have weird luck. I do believe in karma. I rely on karma. Not for me, but for other people. I know karma is going to have its kiss for some people. All right, let me put the dye away. I just have too much going on. Hello! I'm a believer in karma because I'm a believer in energy. 100% I think that our energies can be literally palpable, whether it's good or bad. And I think people constantly putting bad energy out, just emitting negative energy, that's what they're going to get in return. That's what I believe. You get what you're given. You get what you put out into the world, which is why I believe in putting out good energy, positive energy, for the sake of putting more positive energy into the universe. And I don't need a reward for it, but I do believe in karma. But then I don't know what this weird luck that I have is about. I don't know what that's about. It's a test. Okay. I'm drinking a whipped coffee. I whipped up a coffee. My first coffee in weeks. I saw a recipe for whipped coffee. I never seen it be made with brown sugar instead of sugar. And I was like, I have to try that. I have to try that. I've been only drinking tea in the morning. Treat others how you want to be treated. One of the best lessons I've ever been given. You know, I went through a lot of Catholic school and I don't agree with all of it, but there are some lessons that they definitely got right. And that's treat others the way you want to be treated. Okay, I don't even know where to start with this. I think we pick one color at a time, and I keep coming up and down for it. So, referring to the images that I have, the front is left magenta, right yellow. I could bring this. I just can bring this. It is the golden rule. You know, a lot of people seem to have forgotten that one. Treat others. I prefer treat others the way they treat you. Valid. Valid, because you know what? Treat others the way you want to be treated only works so far. Certain people don't deserve that grace, maybe. But that's when I believe karma will take over. Okay, magenta and yellow. This should be plenty. This should be plenty. Now, I'm gonna record this. Even though I'm not gonna do a time lapse, I might just do like the quickest super speed run of building the whole thing, but not like a regular time lapse where I put it to like the beat of the music. Okay, I'm nervous. Where do I begin? Here. Okay. Just like that. And like that. And like that. Then we go up to here. I want it to be exactly the same. And I need to save the wool. I can't. This is not. This is not the same. I don't want to waste any bit of it. You know, I could see maybe Lightmatica being helpful in this case, but I've got my pictures. Does anyone believe in star signs here? I think there's definitely elements of that are accurate. Especially, I think where people lose it is that if you're just looking at people and basing them off of their sun sign, and you're like, well, that doesn't fit, and that's not accurate, it's all a gimmick, that's not enough information. I think when you get into people who understand the full chart, it starts getting kind of really accurate, and I'm like, now you're onto something. When you combine, at the very least, your sun, moon, and rising, you can see a more of the bigger picture. The sun sign's not enough to determine about a person. So like the stereotypes that people say about a specific sign, that's all BS in my opinion. People having opinions about Gemini or Scorpios, it depends on all the rest of your signs. It depends on the full picture, right? I don't think I need these ones under here. Give me that back. Especially because both my parents are Geminis, and I just wouldn't say that they fit the stereotype people have for Geminis, but I don't know their sun or I don't know their moon or their rising. There's a lot more information to be found there. This is going really well so far. Okay. I'm gonna go sleep. But I don't actually know anything about, like, if I love to ask people what their sign is, just because I think it's fun. I think it's fun. Lighthearted fun. And then I love asking people what their moon and rising are, if they know them. I don't know what any of it means, though. They could tell me all of their signs, and I'm like, I don't know what any of them mean. I know what people say about some of them. But yeah, stereotypes are kind of a bandwagon. I think I do relate to Leo's sun a bit, but not 100%. But then when I tell people that do understand all the signs that I'm Libra moon. I don't know the least about that one. And I'm Pisces rising. Whenever I'll say that to people that know what they're talking about, they'll be like, oh, I don't know what that means. I think that Pisces means that I cry a lot, though. I think that it reaffirms that would be why I cry a lot. I'm just so sensitive. But for good reason. You'll never convince me being sensitive to emotion is a bad thing. I won't fall for that propaganda. Ooh. Ooh. Were you guys watching Cam's stream yesterday that I made an appearance on? He sold me one of Sausage's heads. Apparently it's a really rare one. So I told Sausage anytime I see him logging in a new skin, I'm going to go kill him to get a full collection of his heads. Cam started it. He sold it to me for $7,500. That's why a lot of my money is missing. I kept paying him all day yesterday. I was on building, not streaming, but I was recording. So you'll see it in my video if you weren't on Cam's stream. But he kept asking me to give him money for odd jobs because he just really needs money. And I was like, okay, sure. So I paid him a bunch, and then I also bought a sausage head off of him. That is apparently a very rare sausage head. Whatever that means. I just know I'm an Aquarius. And I don't know anything about Aquarius. I don't know anything about Libra. I know a little bit about Pisces. My sun, moon, and rising are all Scorpios. I don't know what that means, but I know that's got to be nuts. To have all of them in the same sign. That sounds crazy. Okay, and then I think there. I just need to take that one back from back here. We're not here to waste any. That's it. Yellow section, done. Now, I do think I way overcompensated. However, we have another section of yellow to do. So I needed more. How much did I use? I had 4. Are you telling me I used 1 stack for that? I way overestimated then this time. I just didn't want to underestimate. That took 1 stack, and then I don't remember. There were 4 full stacks, and then some amount in a 5th stack. I don't remember how many. I have plenty. At least I know I won't have to go get more for sure. Now this side is just the same thing but opposite, which I will look at the picture because I can't do that in my brain. They should have a tool that can break wool faster. They should add shear enchantments. Let me put efficiency on my shears and let me put fortune so I can get more wool. Right? Oops. Okay, I can go look over there if I need to. Yeah. But then there's an extra there. Okay. We'll leave this open. All right, that looks right. You can put unbreaking. I can put efficiency in bedrock at least. Ooh, I don't know if I can in non-bedrock, but I wish I could put fortune because that would be way more helpful. I could try going and putting them in the enchantment table. I just don't think fortune's a thing you can put on shears. Should I try and go get efficiency on my shears right now? Wait, how do I get down from here? Let me finish this and then I'll do it. I'll go try it out. So we're nearly at the top. Ooh, almost fell. Hi, baby. Hi. Is that right? Something here feels wrong. Oops. Done. This won't take too long at all. Let's go try and pop my shears in the enchanting table, though. Just to see what happens. Thought you need to use an anvil and a book for shears. Oh, you can't actually put them in it. So you should be able to put them in an enchantment table. I can put mending on them. I might have an efficiency book. I wish I could put a fortune book. But I feel like they should just be a regular enchantable item. Let me just put it in the enchantment table. Right? Let's go try it, though. I've got lots of books. I might have an efficiency one to spare. Or I need to enchant a bunch of books and see what I get. I do have a lot of levels. This isn't where anything is. Nothing that I need is in there. Hey, girl. Oh, you know what? You can see my... Why did he just jump? You can see my sign better. I put it on the lowest brightness setting that it has. My horse is being weird. Look at this. Just wait. It's going to do it again, I bet. Oh, now you're not going to do it when no one's looking? When everyone's looking? He was doing weird stuff. What is that? What is that about? What is he doing? Why is he doing that? Where's he trying to go? He's jumping so high. Do it again. Why is he doing that? He's so excited to bounce on the merry-go-round. He's so excited. Oh, I know why I went in my house. My books. My books. What you doing? Hi. She's begging more often lately because she's not getting snacks as often as she used to, and she's pretty upset about it. Okay, these should all be mending, which I don't need on this. But if I get efficiency, I might throw mending on it. These should all be silk touch. But I have to check. I think I have just way too many of these. When am I ever going to need? Literally too many. I also wish when you hover over it, it tells you which enchantment it is, so I don't have to keep doing this. Fortune. I don't think I could put fortune on it. I just wish that I could, right? That'd be sick. Do I have protection 3? I've got 4 on everything. Cool. I'll do unbreaking if I get efficiency on it. That one's a broken book. Power. I should put them in. Oh, silk touch. Put that over here with the others. What was this one? Okay. Unbreaking. Blast protection. I just think I would have used an efficiency book if I had one. Should we try and enchant more books with the levels I have just to see, just for the fun of it, for funsies? Why is he jumping? Yeah, and I said do it again and he did it. Honestly, I've been manifesting real, like my luck is real weird, right? Just like in Mystria, when we were in the mines and I kept saying, show me the ladder, and then it would appear. But then sometimes it doesn't, my weird luck is not for good. Like when I crashed the server, just by existing. But that was weird luck. Like, it was good, but I just wouldn't call it overall good luck. It's strange. Do I have books? I think I might not have books. I have a package. And if I had books, where would I put them? Because I thought I had books. They might be in the enchanting tent. I don't have paper. I don't have sugarcane. I have 2 sugar. Did I not have books? I thought I had books. They would have been here. There's no paper. Okay, I might not have any books. I thought I did. I'm going to check one last time, and then we're just going to go finish this without it. It's not necessary. Oh, you're so beautiful. I love how this is all looking together. It definitely looks like it fits. My house is massive and maybe feels a little out of place, but I think it's going to be okay. That's true. I can disenchant a bunch of the Silk Touch books. I thought I had. Oh, I have 2. Okay, I guess I only have 2. I want chiseled bookshelves in here, too. Let's see what we get out of 2. Is there sharpness 4 or is 3 the most? Is Wishbone still at Molly's? It's glitched. Oops. There's sharpness 5. Okay, I might go for the sharpness book then. Yeah, I've been stuck at 3. Who knew? Oh, save. Oops. Totally forgot about that. He's okay. He's there. He's just glitched. I totally left him there. I love that they come with their lead, though. See, he's okay. Come here. Okay, I'll take the sharpness book because if I can find another sharpness 2, I can combine them, get sharpness 4. Sure. I don't want any of those. All right, well, it was worth a try. We'll get more books later because I'll disenchant Silk Touch Right now, it's not important. I'm going to go put these away and we're going to finish this tent. We've got all our wool. We've got more than enough wool. We're at 2 hours. I'd like to be done in an hour. I think we can do it. Sure. You gotta wait. I am giving her dinner early, though. I've been giving it to her at 4 again because she doesn't have as many snacks as she used to. You don't need them, though. And we're doing her tricks again. I'm teaching her to jump now. And she's getting the hang of it. She's getting there. All right, back up to the tent. Now we're rotating around. Now we're gonna do blue on the right and pink on the left. I'm gonna keep going in the direction I started going, which is the opposite way that I probably should have, but that's okay. I should have started with magenta and gone to yellow and gone around that way. I started with yellow, magenta. The only thing is, do I have a top down? My love. Because I'm gonna switch some other ones around. I think I was just gonna switch the purple and orange, which is fine. So the blue and pink are the same. All right, so blue next. So cute back there. Do you see her, actually? Blooming. Yeah. You already had it. You can't have any more. Her snack is just like a few pieces of dry food, though. You already had one. You're looking at me. You can't have more. Oh my goodness. Don't look so sad. You're not starving or anything. Oh my gosh, those blinky, those squinty eyes. They're disappearing. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. All right, blue. So I've realized these are not the same. All of the sides are different. Uh-oh, I made a mistake. All right, I need to fix something. No one will notice. No one will notice. Oh, I need those. I just missed one block. I didn't realize this in the hide and seek build. That goes there and that goes there. So they're gonna be 2. And then I did it all different all the way around. I didn't make them consistently the same. Oops. But we're gonna make them consistently the same now. So 2. Like I want it to line up basically. That's too much. I think it goes to here. Yeah, I did these sides different than the front sides. And I didn't realize it. Okay, so I'm just gonna follow the image of the pink one and the original front. Okay, all right, yeah, we're good. We're good. We will make it work. Because I think the diagonals are... No, it should be the same. I have no idea. Dude, I'm so proud of this build, though. How has this happened? Okay, yeah, something here is wrong. I think it is different. How is it different, though? So it's 2 off of there. So it's supposed to be from here. That's what I did wrong. Okay. But then... That's why it's different. Okay, so these sides are different. This is confusing. They need to be different because I need to cover that purple. That's why that needs to be there. Okay, whatever. No one's going to notice if it's not exactly the same as the other sides. No one's going to be like, these blocks are slightly off from the other side. It's not perfectly symmetrical all the way around. And if someone comes here and points it out, we kill them. Right? No one's gonna know. You know what kills me, though? is that I know. My only issue is that I'm upset that I know. Knowing that something's imperfect and I'm the only one who knows sometimes is the worst. Anyone relate? Where it's like, no one else knows, but I know. I'm cursed with knowing. Little! Why are we yelling? Burdened with knowledge. Hey! You want a couple more pieces of food? Can we call it a snack? But then you gotta wait till dinner. Right? Dinner at 4. Like, it's fine, no one else will notice, but it's not going to help me feel better that I know. Okay. What? Like, it brings me no peace. I'm just a little too much of a perfectionist sometimes. We're like, even in the carousel, on the parts that are inside, like literally entirely enclosed, there are corners right in here. On all sides are covered, but I needed to know the right block was in there. Entirely not visible to literally anybody, but I needed it to be consistently the same and filled in appropriately. I'm gonna go sleep. It's a curse, really, because it shouldn't matter, but it matters to me. Bless you. Bless you. Hello, sneezies. I should bring this up there, actually. I'll try to keep my own things in perfect condition, too. You can't go in there. That's my yarn bin. It's full. Do you want to burrow? Do you want me to make a cave for you to burrow? Is that what you're looking for? Here, I'm going to go make her a place. I'm going to make her a place to go crawl into. Come here. You want a cave? Is that what you want? And she ran up the stairs. All right, that's good enough for me. That's fine too. Happy Pride Month. I did realize I don't think I'm gonna get to do the stream before the end of Pride, where I was just gonna have it be a chatting stream talking about identities, having people share their knowledge, their experiences. Unless I do it tomorrow instead of Fields of Mystria. Or I do it after Pride Month, which is perfectly acceptable. And honestly, we shouldn't stop talking about it just because Pride Month is over. So maybe in July I'll do that stream. Because I just simply won't be able to before. We don't disappear as soon as the month is over. Post-Pride conference. Let's all talk about what we learned. Boom. Blue, done. It's about to get really dark in here. This is how much extra blue I have. I didn't even need... I needed maybe 1 stack for each triangle. I just really didn't know. Some people disappear after Pride Month. Usually companies that were selling rainbow things disappear after Pride, and they're like, okay, we did our job. We changed our icon for a month. Okay, before I start this triangle, I'm going to be right back real quick, actually, and take this opportunity to go grab a little snack, a little water, whatever you might need. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's go. You know what I've been seeing discourse on this Pride, actually, that I want to say something about because I think it's stupid. I'm seeing a lot of people having conversations about bi women who either are currently dating men or have only been known to date men. Just a reminder, a bi woman is still a bi woman, regardless of who she's dating at the time or even her entire dating history. A woman is still bi if she says she's bi, even if she has only ever dated men and is married to a man, because it's not about who you're dating. It's about who you are attracted to. So invalidating a woman's bi-ness because she's dating a man, that doesn't make her straight. She's still bi. Even if she marries a man, even if she's never dated a woman, she's still bi. If she says that that's the attraction that she feels, that means she's bi. Regardless. Sexuality is not about who you actively have ever dated or do date. It's about who you're attracted to. And sexuality is not about who you have sex with or if you have sex. It's about who you're attracted to. A lot of confusion around those details sometimes for certain identities. I'm not having it. Some women don't discover they're bi until after they've already finished their entire dating experience, have chosen a man to marry, and then will come out as bi. She's still bi, even if she's married to a man and doesn't have an experience with a woman. It's a weird detail to gatekeep bi-ness on. I also saw just today a TikTok from someone asking straight people to stop using partner. I'm of the opinion that normalizing partner for literally any couples of any identity is a good thing, but also a couple that is a man and a woman does not mean they're straight. They could call each other partner, but we don't know that they're straight just because it's a man and a woman together, right? They don't become straight all of a sudden if they weren't before. I don't know if this is correct or not, actually. I don't think, would you call it a straight, you couldn't call it a straight relationship either, just because they're your more traditional man and woman, that doesn't make either of them straight, and it doesn't make it a straight relationship. And everyone should say partner. You can say partner. You don't have to, not should. But normalizing the use of partner, in my opinion, is a good thing. Ooh, I almost just jumped in the hole. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what I was trying to say earlier, the way I built it in hide and seek was I had the yellow, and then the yellow, and the magenta, and the magenta. I shouldn't have done it that way. It should be yellow, opposite, and then magenta. So we're gonna do yellow here. I'm sorry if anyone ever tried to make you feel invalidated for your identity. I've heard it before because I had a friend who was married and then she came out as bi, and somebody said, I don't even understand the point, she's married to a man. The point is she's bi. The point is she's still bi. And you not understanding that is kind of the point in why she needed to say it. You can come out even after you're married. You can come out and say you're attracted to a gender that you've never dated after the time has passed for you to even date. Why'd you use red terracotta instead of wool? Because I'm not using red. This is actually not red. But for the color scheme of the circus, I didn't want red, kind of like that. That's just a little feature. There's not going to be red anywhere else. I like the tone of the pink terracotta more. So my color palette, it's the only one that has to be done in terracotta because there is no other color like this in the game. This is my palette here, right? These are the colors I wanted. I liked this tone of pink specifically. I can't do pink wool because it's not the same tone. I can't do red wool because it's not the same tone. And I really want this specific color. So it's the only one that's not going to be wool, just for the sake of that color being included, because it's also in my tent on my house. And I just really liked the color of that specific block. It's the only block with it. So it might be a little out of place. It's in the back though, so maybe you won't notice. It is such a nice color. I didn't want it to be red, and I didn't want pink. I just really like that color. It's the only block. It's so pretty though. Ignorance is a problem. A disease is, sometimes people are ignorant, but are well-intentioned and willing to learn. Some people are ignorant and are not well-intentioned or willing to learn. Those people are a problem. Oh, wait, my bed can go down now. Let me put my bed right here. I wish that we had that color in wool, but we don't. It's just terracotta have such unique tones, and I don't even like most of them. Like, I really don't like white terracotta. It's that weird pinky, like, pale flesh color. Not a big fan of that one, but terracotta has some unique colors that I really enjoy. While we're decorating a rainbow, we could do the little pride conversation. We already started it anyway. Just lightly sharing our stories and our experiences with each other for more understanding. What a beautiful thing. One of my friend's moms came out as trans. After having children, someone said he couldn't be a man because he was already a mother. It's almost like you just become a father. It's almost like it is not an issue at all. I think that's right. This is going to match the front, and the sides are just going to be ever so slightly different, but the front and the back will match, and the sides will all match. Right? Did we forget fathers exist? You know what I think is interesting is that there are people that are so close-minded to people changing the way they identify, the gender they identify as, but it's literally common in nature. So many animals have these experiences. Chickens become roosters, even if biologically, if you put their little DNA under a scope and it said that was a female chicken, they change their appearance just in nature on their own and take on the role and become roosters. Why are we so opposed to the idea that people can change in the same ways and that some people are born in a body that doesn't match the way they feel? Why are we so dead set against the idea that that could possibly be happening and that the number one medical treatment for that experience is transitioning for quality of life, for happiness? That's what doctors say. I wouldn't argue what a doctor would say. That's what is the most accepted in the medical field treatment, if you want to call it treatment. Do you know how many penguins are gay? Do you know how common it is for penguins to be gay? Did you know that? Often in nature, not just like this isn't happening in closed environments. It's happening in nature, in the wild. It's often that two male penguins will pick up and adopt the abandoned eggs for whatever reason they were abandoned and raise the children together. Gay penguins are I feel like they made a big story about it when there was a couple in the zoo. They're out there in the wild frequently. It's a thing. We're so accepting of animals. We're animals too. We have experiences that are outside of what we might call the norm, outside of what might make sense to some people, but it's not impossible. Look at nature. It's happening everywhere. No one turned the penguins gay. They're doing that on their own. They're in the wild living that way. And I just think that's so neat. Chickens are becoming roosters on their own. No influence from whatever they like, drugs of some kind, hormones. It's nothing. It's just nature. And who are we to argue with nature? I wouldn't. Mother Nature scares me. She must be very upset with many of us. I would be upset if I was her. What are homophobes going to do about that one? Well, I remember there being a whole story when I was a kid about people being upset about, I don't even remember the story. I just remember people saying we're turning the frogs gay. No one's turning anything gay. Sometimes they're just that way in nature. It's almost like it's normal. Okay. Done. Boing. One of these, that one, needs to go away. For trans people, the issue, I just don't understand. You were around them every day. And you don't know. And I don't understand being so upset about it. I can't fathom it. It's just science. Who am I to deny science? Science supports this. And so do I. I don't know if that's 3 or not. And on that note, please cast Hunter Schafer as Zelda. I am in love with Hunter Schafer. I think she's the most beautiful. And a literal perfect fit. Perfect. Objectively, I'm not arguing about it. She's stunning. We couldn't have asked for better casting. We all love Hunter Schafer. I don't know if I'm going to love the live action movie because I've not enjoyed a single live action. Basically, I haven't seen any of them except for Little Mermaid, which that one was good, actually. I'm not a big fan of going to see any of these live actions that have been coming out, to be honest. If Hunter Schafer was in a live action Legend of Zelda, I would absolutely go see it literally for her. She would be the biggest selling point for me to even give it a chance because I just don't enjoy those much. Please see Lilo and Stitch? I really don't want to. I'm not gonna lie. I really have hated everything I've heard about it. I just don't want to spend my money on seeing it. They made so many changes. I would rather just go watch the original. To be honest, I believe it'll be objectively better. What's happening here? What's happening? Is this supposed to be here? That one is supposed to be there. Which one's not supposed to be here? This one? That's not supposed to be there. Okay, the rest is good. I really don't like the change. I heard all about it. Everything about it has been spoiled because I really didn't plan to watch it. And I kind of reject the idea of what most of these changes were, to be honest. And why watch it when I have the original, which is perfection. It's an actual perfect movie, maybe. Not taking any notes. Not taking any arguments. I believe the original Lilo and Stitch is like a basically perfect movie. Mr. Happy Troll, we're not taking it, actually. I think that anyone making comments, blanket comments about entire community like that, we're not even going to address. It was deleted, so if you didn't see it. But I did see it. You can't make a sweeping statement about everyone in a community when that's simply not true. That's fine that you feel that way sometimes about some people. To be honest, I feel that way about some people, in just regular people. Like, I don't think what you're saying is something that's valid for an entire community. Because you're just thinking of one. It's like, I don't know. It's like those people that are like, we can always tell. You literally can't. You're just thinking of one type of a trans person that looks a certain way. There's such a variety. You can't say something like that. It's just not an accurate thing. It's just not true. It's not true. And I'm not standing for not truth. I don't mean regular. I don't even know the right word, but it isn't true. Where am I right now? It's too dark. I need to go to sleep. We also need to have the same level of kindness and acceptance and support for all trans people, not the ones that we feel comfortable looking at or feel a certain way about how they look. We need equal support for all of them because I think it's insane to gatekeep it based on how they present or how much they pass. What's also really silly, and I've always felt this way because it also doesn't make any sense. Every way that a person might say they think they can tell is something that is 100% existent in a cis woman or a cis man as well. Whether it's broad shoulders, narrow hips, whatever the specific features are, 100% of every one of those features can exist in a cis person as well. It is not an indicator because women with broad shoulders, cis women with broad shoulders, cis women with certain body types exist as well. So it's not exclusive just to the one specific community. Every type of body type can exist. A more masculine body type can exist in a cis woman just as much. I did something wrong here. I'm distracted. How many times has a masculine cis female sports, like professional sports person, been accused because they just are built that way naturally? Because that happens too. I think. Oh, I'm super confused where I'm at. Let me go from the top down and connect it that way. And who cares if it gives it away? Why does it matter? Why do we care if you can tell? That shouldn't change the way you treat people. That shouldn't change the way that you think about them. It shouldn't mean that you should treat them different. That's my point. So for the times that maybe you can tell, and why does that matter? Why is that a point of the conversation we're bringing up? Is it helpful? Is it helping anyone? Did you just need to say that so that people know that you can tell sometimes? Okay. I just don't understand the point. Like, you can make an argument and maybe something you say is true, but I don't understand the point in bringing it up. Sometimes. Oh, I see. Boom. Okay, this is done. It's like the conversation shouldn't be about getting a gotcha on someone of like, but actually sometimes I can tell. Okay, I don't understand the point. What are you trying to say? Okay, so for here, purple and orange. So orange is next. I have broad shoulders because I work out, and I've been asked if I'm gay so often because... Okay, this is actually the core problem that has always haunted me about this issue. Going back to the conversation of any cis person can also just be born with features that are more masculine or more feminine. It's just a part of human beings that happens. Also, if we're policing people on the way how much they look like the gender they're trying to present as, what is going to happen, and what is already happening, is masculine cis women are in the women's room being accused of being trans. We can't be judging it based off how people look. And absolutely, we can't be checking people's genitals because that's insane. Caring about what's down there is so insane. But it can't be based off how womanly you look to say that you're a woman. What about women with broad shoulders and short hair? What about women that want to present masculine? That is not how things should be policed, because what it's going to boil down to is forcing women to be put in a box of how they need to present as women, which is unacceptable for all women, including trans women. That's all women. It should never be about how feminine you look, because what happens to the women that don't look feminine and don't want to look feminine? They want to look masculine. It's not helpful. It's not doing anything for anybody. Okay, now I'm on side view. Side view is different than front view. I just think it's all quite stupid. I think we should just leave people alone and let them use the bathroom they want to use. Thomas, that's exactly why I say science supports this. It's 100% supported by science that just one, trans people exist. This is an experience that they're having. And two, the best course of action for them is to allow them to transition and live life the way that they feel and identify inside. That is the best course of action. To give them the best quality of life so that they may have a happy and long life. Why is that not more important? That should be the most important. Anyway. Something here is wrong. Was it this one? Yeah. I don't even need to worry about wasting a piece of wool at this point. I have way too much. some thoughts should also just be inside thoughts. 100% we should just be treating everyone with kindness and compassion. Universally. Just even when you can tell that, okay, keep that to yourself because no one cares to hear it either when you can. Is the goal to be cruel? I don't know. I don't understand. Treat them with kindness. Treat them with compassion. Support them, be on their side. If I caught someone... How many men have we ended up having in the women's room because police keep entering to harass women? I've had enough of seeing that. I, for one, have had enough of seeing that. These rules have led to more men being in the restroom because it's police. And what are they? They're not helping. That's not helping. Congrats, you got men in the women's room. Why would police be going into women's room to harass people? Because they're going in thinking they're either actually harassing a trans woman or harassing a cis woman because they don't think they look woman enough. That's why there are so many videos of police harassing women while they're just trying to use the bathroom. And that's why it's stupid. Orange, done. Like trying to keep trans women out of the restroom they should absolutely just be allowed to be in has led to more men being in the women's restroom. The thing that they claim is the issue they have. I get too upset. I get too upset. Never seen that ever. That's wonderful. That doesn't mean it's not happening. The world isn't limited to what you've seen, right? We have that understanding. We have to be on the same page about that. Things happen all over the place that you never see. That doesn't mean it's not happening. I've seen actually dozens of videos online. I've seen plenty of real life footage of it happening. Are there women in the men's room? No. And the only men in the women's room are the policemen. There's no other men in there. It's just people trying to use the bathroom. To be honest, though, the bathroom conversation usually does just highlight the women's room, where there are trans men who are like, do you want me, this full-grown man, full-grown, burly man, the most masculine man you've ever seen, was born a woman. They're like, do you want me in the women's room? What do you think's going to happen then? How do you think that's going to go? It's a recipe for disaster. It doesn't make any logical sense. And it has only led to police being in the bathroom harassing people. So it's stupid. We should just leave people in the bathroom alone. Unless someone is actually causing a problem. I have yet to see that. I have yet to see a trans person in the bathroom actually causing a problem. Or doing anything at all other than using it. So it's stupid. It's very stupid. I'm just more of a logical person, so when things are not making any logical sense, just as far as logistics go, it just is stupid. It's all based on personal feelings of some people that are just kind of stupid. Ignorant is the nicer word, but I don't feel nice about this issue. Something here is wrong. This. Men planting cameras in the women's room is completely a separate conversation. Sure, that's an issue, but that is not relevant. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. That has nothing to do with trans people at all. Trying to make that a part of the conversation when it's about them is a little weird to me. That's weird people behavior. It's also not even that uncommon for restrooms to just have stalls for everyone and then everyone shares the sink area. I've been in plenty of restaurants where it's just one whole bathroom where the stalls are for everybody and there's just sinks outside. You know what issue I have with the bathroom? You know what issue is a bigger issue than trans people using the bathroom they absolutely just should be allowed to use? A bigger issue is why are there so many gaps in the bathroom door? That's an actual issue. That's actually happening. Why is there so much space between the door and the frame that anyone can see between? What's that about? That's such a bigger issue. Actively causing me distress. I am uncomfortable with that. Let's talk about that. That's the most uncomfortable thing happening in restrooms right now, is the amount of space underneath and the amount of space in between. What is up with that? Why is that? They should be floor to ceiling, no gaps on the sides. There's no reason for it to be there. It's not necessary for the door to work. The door works just fine with no gaps. Something here's not lining up for some reason. And this is causing me distress. Okay. Like what? This is only supposed to be 3 long. This is supposed to be 4 long. But this is supposed to... I think all of this has to be moved over. But then how is this one like that? No, it should be like that. I think I just changed it on the fly. Not rage baiting, just asking hard questions. I can see why you think they're hard. I'm going to be honest, I don't find any of them to be that difficult. I don't find any of this to be that difficult. We've already seen the problems it raises to try and police who's allowed to be woman enough to be in a bathroom, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So immediately we should stop trying to do that. It doesn't work. Right? In practice, it's not working. So let's stop trying to do that. It's not really that hard, you know? Other people make it difficult because other people find it difficult to understand, but it isn't. It isn't. To me, I don't find it that difficult. Why do you find it difficult? Uh-oh, how do I get back in? Uh-oh. Okay, I'll have to get back in to fix that. Does this make sense? Because this is touching. Yeah, this is how I made it the first time. I'm not going to change it. You also don't have to understand something or someone's experience to just leave them alone to have it. I don't understand policing the way people live their lives. They're one human existence they get to have, and they want to live it a certain way. I come from the land of the free. I think that we should just be free to do that, to live in the way that we want to present our bodies the way that we want to change them in whatever way that we want to, and be allowed to do that without being harassed or asked a billion questions about the way that you used to look or the way that you were born. I don't see any good reason or point. It's a bit of a waste of everyone's times. We get one life to live. We get to do it any way that we want to, as long as the way we're doing it hurts nobody. It's not causing any harm. And I don't see any harm being caused by trans people at all. It isn't happening. People deserve respect, 100%. You don't have to understand them. People continuously, probably until forever, will continue to misunderstand my sexual identity. And I understand that. And I'll continue to have to re-explain it and teach people about it and educate them. And I'll never stop. But everyone's deserving of respect. Leave people alone. Let them do, the one right that I believe in above everything else that all human beings should have is the right to bodily autonomy. You do it. This is all yours. And the life you live is all yours. As long as it isn't harming anybody. Not my business. And you can have an opinion. No one actually really cares if you do. Why do so many people feel like they need to share it online? Well, it's my opinion. Okay. I think that it's really entitled to think that everyone should have to hear it. When no one's asked, no one's invited you into a conversation to know what it is. Look at that! But some people really need you to know what their opinion is. A complete stranger who is not part of a conversation asked what it is. Like, well, it's my opinion. And? Too many people are quick to share an opinion that is just only serves to put certain people down sometimes. And you can have that and keep it to yourself. I think that it's very arrogant to think that everyone should have to, you get to say your opinion all the time because everyone should have to hear it. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a streamer. The sad reality is that there are a lot of people creeping on bathrooms and changing. Have you seen that? Because the way that you said you've never seen police harassing women in the women's restroom. I've never seen a trans person creeping in a bathroom. You know who creep in bathrooms? Men. Just men. They're not trying to be women. They're not trying to present as women. I've never seen a man that identifies as a man putting on an outfit to look like a woman to get in a woman's restroom. I've seen a man creeping in the restroom, no disguise. I have never seen a man disguised as a woman creeping in the bathroom. I have never seen that. I've never heard of that. Most men creeping in bathrooms are not doing that. They're just creeping in the bathroom as men. They're not trying to tell you they're trans to get away with it. They're just men doing it. And you're using trans people as a scapegoat for an issue that is with men, not trans women. I was being a little cheeky saying, what do I know? I'm just a streamer. I do feel that I'm very educated. I go out of my way to be as much as possible. For experiences that are not my own, but to understand better. Yeah, also, women can be creeps in the women's room. It's just not something to be policing in the bathroom, because explain to me how you go about it without harassing women that don't look women enough, without literally doing a genital check. I don't see any other way that this works. It's not going to work. It doesn't work. And yeah, just as likely a woman could be creeping on a woman in the bathroom. What do you do about that? There's not a solution that's going to work in this way. So it's just not an issue to be making about trans people, to be honest, in my opinion. It's not helpful to try and police who's allowed in the bathroom by, like, how do you check? That's the next step. How do you check? You can't do that. It's absolutely, completely not okay. You do have to live with it. You have to live with trans people being in the bathroom with you. That's what I agree. You have to live with that. And you know what? There has never been an issue with before. Trans people have just been going to the bathroom. You're not talking about trans people being an issue. You're talking about men hypothetically pretending to be women. That is different. That is different. It's not trans people. And it doesn't work to police who's allowed to go in and out. It doesn't work. So we should just stop trying to do that way. Yeah, it's not trans people, it's creeps. So why are we punishing trans people for the behavior of creeps? And again, the only way to ever really know for sure, it would boil down to literally checking people, which is absolutely unacceptable. It is not a solution. So we have to live with it. We have to live with women using the women's room and men using the men's room. And women includes trans women. All women. All women. Try and catch me in a women's bathroom. If someone tries to harass another woman in there, I've seen videos of that where women are like, I don't think you're a woman. And I don't like how you can't check. You can't. That's not allowed. That's unacceptable. It's not a path we should ever be going down. Obviously, only women are going to be harassed. All women are going to be harassed. But catch me in a bathroom. I would be so ready to fight. I don't feel calm about this problem. I don't feel cool, calm, and collected about it. I get real worked up about it. Creeps will creep regardless. We can wait and catch the creeps instead of punishing trans people for something they have nothing to do with, right? Right? I think we just have to live with it. I agree completely. We just have to live with that. I'm not afraid of sharing the bathroom with a trans woman. Yeah, trans people are the victim here. If anyone's creeped on the most. Because why is everyone obsessed with what's in their pants? That's what it boils down to. They need to check to be sure of how they feel about whether you're a woman or not. I think that's weird. I think that's being creepy. I think that's the biggest creep in the room, is the one saying, "What are you supposed to be in this room? What's in your pants?" Let's see. Weird. Creepy. Obsessive. I have to stop now. The BDSM term, you know, I don't know what that term is. I actually skipped over it in that comment because I didn't know what it meant. I don't even know how to say it. Voyeurs? I don't understand what that means, so I honestly I didn't know what that word was. But thank you for clarifying that doesn't even belong in the conversation because the term is being used incorrectly if it's being brought up in this way. I don't know what it means. Is the music good? Let's break the tension. I just don't know how to be not worked up about. It's that I have whatever they describe as being that strong sense of justice. I have always been really worked up about what I believe to be not fair. And I believe that there is an objective fair that can exist. And I get real upset when things are objectively not fair. And for no good reason. Gosh, doesn't that look so good? What do you say we string up the animals now? What do we put the animals in here now? I did say it correct. Yeah, I actually don't know what that means. Maybe I'll have to look into it because I like to be educated in all sorts of areas that are not necessarily anything that have to do with me or an interest of mine. But I'm on Tumblr. I learn a lot from communities that I'm not a part of, but are super open to sharing the things that they feel and experience. So I'm super willing to learn about terms if it's from a community. I haven't heard of that one, but I'm surprised it hasn't come up on Tumblr because I've learned a lot from that group of people on there. I just like to learn about other people and the things they do, and I maybe am too open-minded. I know too much, actually. Does anyone remember that Codenames with Chilled? And there was some term, I think it was cage. And I think the word on the board was cage and a few other things. And then I think the hint had to do with the male part down there. And Jill didn't understand how those two were connected. And I was like, I can't explain to him. I can't be the person to explain to him or actually explain how I know either. I was actually shocked he didn't know what the connection could possibly be there, but you know what? I know too much. I'm burdened with knowledge. Nightwing, thank you for gifting 10 subs. Thank you everyone who's gifting subs. Sounds not straight. Thank you for the gifted subs. We'll move on now. I'll just say we're in agreement with keeping the wrong people out of the wrong bathrooms. Trans people have nothing to do with that conversation, right? We're agreeing that it's about creeps. It has nothing, punishing them has nothing to do with it. They shouldn't even be part of the conversation because they are not the same person that you're referring to who are the creeps in the bathrooms. They have nothing to do with that, should not be punished for it. And we will have to live with them using and sharing our bathrooms. And I'm happy to. But yeah, I know too much. As someone who is in the said community and you using the term as inaccurate, I'm telling you, you're using it inaccurate. Not me. I know that you're not talking to me. I was just reading that. I think we need to be a little more willing to learn from communities and be willing to be wrong about something too. You know what? I did a whole video talking about asexuality. I'm constantly correcting people about asexuality because people are wrong about it all the time. And I said something wrong in my video, right? I said, because people asked if I date or if I have crushes, and I said, I think that what they're confusing asexuality for is aromantic, people who don't date. I was corrected because that's wrong, right? That is not accurate. I didn't know that at the time. I was corrected by the aromantic community, which I'm not a part of, that there are people in the aromantic community that do date. I was wrong. I didn't sit there and argue that I knew better, or, who has tried to argue with me is that I'm teaching people wrong about asexuality, or that I'm making it more confusing by saying people who have sex can still be asexual, and that blows people's brains for some reason. And then I've been told that I'm teaching it wrong, that it is supposed to mean just people who don't have sex. That's a different community. That's people who are celibate. That's a different thing. I'm correct. I am educated enough to know that. But I've had people tell me I'm making it more confusing by telling people that it's not just simply people who don't have sex, but that's not true. That isn't who it is. That's not accurately representing the asexual community. And I will continue to correct people when they're wrong. People have told me I'm wrong. I'm not. I have been wrong about the aromantic community, and every chance I get, I correct that mistake I made from that video saying they don't date. Sometimes they date. Just like ace people, sometimes they have sex. It's not about, that isn't what defines the orientation, whether sexual or romantic, respectively. And it's a spectrum, and we love that it's a spectrum, full of a variety of people. with a variety of different types of looking experiences. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that such a wonderful, beautiful thing? And we get to have such a pleasure, and it's such a treat to get to talk to so many people in the same community, but having such different experiences. What a treat to learn about. What a treat for me to get to learn. All right, let's string up the mounts. If I keep doing this, I'll just keep walking in circles. We ended up having our pride conversation, though. I think this counts. A lot of people are a little bit too close-minded, and I think that what's important to remember about certain identities and certain communities is that the words and the labels aren't meant to be really strict boxes. There are sort of expected experiences to align yourself with those labels, like the definition of asexual is little to no sexual attraction. At minimum, that's required, but it's not so strict. It doesn't mean people who don't have sex, or if you're asexual, you are someone who doesn't have sex. It's never been what it's about. That's not what sexuality is about. Same for bisexuality. And if a woman, it's the same thing. It's about who you're attracted to, not who you happen to be dating at the time or what you happen to be doing in a relationship. That's not what sexuality is about. They're not meant to be such a strict box we're putting people in. And also our labels will change. We'll change the way we feel. It's always a spectrum, so it's always varying the way the experience will be for different people. Labels are for you. I've seen people limit the difference between pan and bi as being a matter of whether you're attracted to trans people. That's completely not true. That's not accurate. That's not the difference. I do understand people being confused what the difference is between bi and pan. Even I'm not 100% sure. I feel like it's a vibes thing because there is overlap. As far as I'm aware, please correct me. There is a bit of overlap, and it's really actually just what you prefer to label as, how it feels for you. I think people who identify as pan typically will explain that it's just not gender specific at all. It's just people based. And people who are bi will say they are attracted to two or more genders, but gender might be relevant more so than it being about a person. That, I think, is what I understand the difference to be. It has nothing to do with trans people. A bi woman dating a trans woman, that's two women dating. That is still, and a cis woman dating a trans man. That is a man and a woman in a relationship, right? It has nothing, and the woman is, whatever. You understand what I'm trying to say. I'm losing my cohesive thought train. You get it. But I've seen people describe that being the difference between bi and pan. That's not accurate. Don't let people tell you that. Why do people even create words and labels for who you like? You know what? Where I agree with you only in the way that I've sort of felt like I don't need labels anymore. It's just I experience life the way that I do. I experience attraction the way that I do. The only people that really it matters to maybe are the people that I'm dating. But it really, to be honest, doesn't change anything about that either. I just go and date who I want to date, and I have the experiences in that relationship that I want to have, and we communicate about that. However, labels, the importance of labels is, one, finding, firstly, the fact that there are other people that experience these feelings that you have. You can pick a label and then abandon it, too, if you're like, actually, I don't want to put myself in a box like that. But labels, yes, they help people understand themselves. They help find community in a place where, for me, finding just that there had been a label ever existing for the experience I was feeling at the time made me not feel like there was something wrong with me. I thought there was something wrong with me. And I still accept the label of, I usually say A spectrum. I'm absolutely on the A spectrum, but I don't tell that to people when I'm dating or if I'm going on dates with them because it's literally irrelevant. It doesn't change anything about the dynamic, about the relationship I'll have with them. It's just a matter of having a conversation about comfort level of doing certain things. The label doesn't change anything about that. So it's not necessary to bring it up. I think the same thing about being bi doesn't change anything about a woman dating a man. I saw that on Love is Blind. I don't know how I felt about the experience of this woman picking this guy, and then he revealed to her later after they got out of the pods that he's bi, and she got pretty upset with him. And I was like, I don't see how this changes the relationship. The label usually doesn't, except for if you're gay, you're a gay man, you're not going to date a woman, obviously. But you know, the labels are to help the people that it needs to help, to serve you. And if a label doesn't serve you or labels don't serve your experience in life, then you don't need to use them. But they do exist for a reason. Some people find great comfort in it. There's community in it. You know what I mean? You feel. I've been watching Love Island, the latest one. Oh my God. It's nuts. All right. I don't know how this is going to go. I'm kind of nervous. Let me go get the extra goat and sheep and start with them. I'm scared for them, but I play tested this. Cut the music. I'm nervous because when I tested this, it was 1 block lower than this that I hung them from. And so they actually were still touching the floor. They were jumping, but they were still touching the floor. This is 1 block higher, which means they will not be touching the floor. But I tested it, and on a single player server, I had a horse bouncing, not touching the floor for an hour. And then when I brought it down off the lead, it didn't die, like was my fear, as if it was falling all of that time. It doesn't count as falling, so I don't think that they should die when I take them off. I am scared still, though. I tested this. I don't know if it's anything to do with settings, though, and I hope not. We're going to test it on these guys. And we'll leave them to hang there for a little bit. And when I take the lead down, they shouldn't take any damage. It should be perfectly safe. I don't support animal testing. Just for the record, I don't support that. However, in the video game. Is the carousel intended to be moving? It can't. I'm not wrong that there's not any way for that to be possible, right? I would love for it to be explained to me how this thing would be moving. The same question for the Ferris wheel. Does it actually move? How would that happen? I don't know how I would do. This is not modded, so no mods. I'm certain it can't. I appreciate the question. No, they can't move. It's Minecraft, and so they can't move. I wouldn't know how to set up a redstone to make every individual block rotate somehow. Obviously there's rails, which no, I feel like that defeats the spirit of the carousel to put it as like a loop around rails. It's imagination. This is all we're role playing right now. I'm not a clown for real. Although arguably I do appreciate the whimsy of a clown, and I do like to clown around occasionally. So. However, I have not been to clown school. I don't have a formal clown education. Some might say that doesn't make me a clown. I would say, screw formal education. I'm a dropout. All right, I don't have names for these. Maybe we need to come up with... I'm going to leave this for YouTube comments, actually, because you guys actually did end up naming the other mounts. I need names for our bonus goat and sheep. I don't know what we're going to name them. We have our goat popcorn already, and we have animal cracker. So now I have a new goat and a new sheep. All right, let's see how this goes. I'm scared for them. It's perfectly safe. The way he went flying, I thought he was going to hit the ground. So I can lower it by 1 fence if I need to. And if let me actually, where did I put them? Okay, I shouldn't have, I just, when I start talking while playing, I start doing stuff on autopilot that I don't know why I'm doing it. And I don't know why I put the shulker boxes down in here. I can always make it long. I just thought it looked silly if I made the fences too long looking, but for the safety of the animals, it may be necessary. Am I out of spruce? Unreal, actually. Hold on. Are you joking? It's because I made them all thin. I made them all slabs. I don't suppose. Oh, man. Okay, well, maybe I won't change it, but I can at least see what it looks like. If I decide I want to make them all 2 long instead of 1 long, then I'll go grow a couple trees real quick. Yeah, actually, it's a good point. I need to get on and ride it. What is the experience like as a rider? This is the function of a carousel. They go up and down. It's not inaccurate. Oh, he can touch the ground. He's bouncing by choice. It just doesn't look like it. But when I sat on him, he could touch the ground, right? He That's what scares me. That bounce back is scary. Because then, okay, let me show you an example of what the alternative way of doing it. Let me do this corner. If I made it even one more, I just think it looks stupider. I don't want them to be all the way up there, though. I feel like that's too high. Oh, yeah, no, you can't ride goats. This is actually, if I can get it to be tamed, I'll show you how we do that. It is with texture packs. Okay, this whole inner circle might have to go. Are you okay? I could make this whole thing go. If for the sake of the animals, you know, initially when I built this, I liked the look of it with just the yellow pillar, and maybe I'll build something else around the middle, but I think that this might have to just be deleted. Oh man, it is kind of high up there, isn't it? I'm trying to get him to be tamed though. Just stop kicking me off. Other people, okay. Other people that come here aren't going to have these animals tamed. Oh, wait. No, it won't matter. Once they're tamed, that won't happen. Right? As long as they don't... Oh, man, I'm so nervous for him. Okay, so you don't actually bounce on the ride, though. I don't want to make it higher up. Oops. Like, I think it would be cool if I could tie him up to there, but I think the bounce back is just going to be too extreme. All right, let's try the sheep over here now. With too low. I think that will be safer. It's just a little uglier in the actual build. See, he still bounces, but a little bit less, and he's touching the floor. And so if I sit on him and he kicks me off, he won't fly up as high. Do we think that's better? The thing is, I could lower all of these fences down by a block, but I think that they look good at the height they're at. I just thought that looked stupider with the fence. I don't know. I'm not your mom. I'm like the fun aunt. All right, so what do we think? They're actually giving the same vibe right now. I worry for the goat. I think that if I do it there, which I prefer the look of, this whole bit might have to go. Or I need to make sure I can heal these animals, which I do believe. Oh, I wanted to show you. So this isn't a goat, right? Oh, I thought this was going to show a horse. I guess we fixed that. It's a horse. It's a retextured horse. I think the higher up is better. But do we delete this then? You know, I can even make it one block in just so that it's a little bit more away from them. Let's do that. You know what? And then you're not tamed yet. It's just more fun that he's bouncing like that. I just hope that it's safe. Just a reminder, if the mods are deleting your comment, it's because they want you to stop putting it. It's because it makes some people uncomfortable. Okay, see, that is scary. Maybe I don't want to put my skeleton dog in here. We don't want, you know, some behavior is a little odd. You know, I've been called mother before, though, but don't spam it, and if the mods are deleting it, don't keep putting it. I do think I give cool ant vibes more. I am a cool ant. All right, see, this feels good. It's just a matter of when you get on and then off. And then off. Oh. And then off. That bounce is aggressive, right? It's aggressive. So I think... You know what? I think I have to see this. Hold on. It's important. For the safety of the animals. To be honest, I didn't plan on putting anything in here for this build. It was just going to be access for only me, so the door was going to stay shut. So that I can go use the top of the tent here now for storage, because I think it's better storage. It's closer to my house. So 100% there's going to be another stream moving all my chests out from the Ferris wheel and up into the tent. And then eventually into the big tent, which maybe I shouldn't even move it that many times, but I want to. I've also given grandma vibes. I've been told I give grandma vibes, and I think that that's not inaccurate. Subtle witchy vibes. I love that description. I think that every outfit I've ever worn is only made better objectively by a witch hat. Aesthetically, I think they're amazing. I want to give witchy vibes because I would like to be a little witchy. And you know what? I say stuff to the full moon sometimes. Sometimes I talk to the full moon. Sometimes I talk to the half moon. I don't know how to do real witchcraft. I'm a little bit scared, actually, but I do want to be a little witchy. I believe in energy. I believe in vibes. Ooh, how... Okay, let me... This is annoying. I'm just going to put this back real quick and get rid of the bottom first so I can line them up. Take that away. We'll just make it 1 block wide in here. It's only going to be accessible for me. In fact, the door should probably go in the back. But it's easier for me for it to be in the front. Some of the stuff that witchcraft includes intimidates me. I know, it's a little spooky, but there's like safe stuff. Okay, so this was here. If I put it here, it would need to be this wide. And then 2. For there to be enough room for me to walk around in here. Which, to be honest, this shouldn't be back here. I think I did that just to hide it. I should put a door on it, too. Okay, this is safer, I think. All right, and then I line up the top to match. What will stop people from summoning the mounts once they've ridden the ride? Nothing. They just have to remember not to. I'm sure incidents are going to happen as long as they bring them back. You can totally do a witchy photo shoot for Halloween. You know, I did one, and the only people who saw it are my subs on Instagram. Hold on, I'll show you one I posted. I meant to post them for... I had extras that I was going to post also on my main. I've just been so bad about posting on Instagram. So this was on my Instagram subs. Wait, I'll go big. It was a really cute. It was when I had my pink hair. I did a witch shoot. We did a Halloween one. Me, Tay, and Elena. Well, I made it a Halloween one. They did regular photos. But I did do a witchy shoot. Isn't that cute? I love that corduroy button dress that I have. Tay took a bunch for me too. And then I had my tights on. They have little stars on them. I don't know if this will focus enough. You can't tell, but those tights have teeny stars on them. There were more. I need to find the folder that Tay made for me of the ones she took on her camera. There were really good ones on it. I just never post. I have so many photos I just never posted. Is it too late? Maybe I'll wait till next Halloween and use the photos that I took from last Halloween. I think it'd be weird for me to post them now, but... One second. Let me go sleep. I can sleep right here. Oops. Summerween. True. Also, you know, Halloween is forever, but also witches are forever. I could do a little witch shoot whenever I want to. I could post witchy photos in the middle of the summer, and no one could stop me. I'll go back around and get the fences. I don't have access to this upper landing either. I didn't build stairs to go up there. It's really just for looks right now. I might change that. Wait. Ooh, okay, hold on. This is done wrong now. Well, it doesn't matter. It does have to line up, though. If I'm going to put glass down here, these need to line up here. Okay, good. And now this should be safer for the animals. I do need to get up there and get those fences, though. So. I don't know what I want to wear for actual Halloween. Shoot. There we go. All right, let's get these all down. And now the only thing, I'm going to leave these guys hanging. I'm going to take them down off the lead just to make sure that they don't die. Honestly, realistically, no one should be taking them down except for me if I plan to ride one of them and take them out for the day. And I could always sit on them and undo the lead and then they're not bouncing. But I'm pretty sure if I just cut that rope, it won't die, even though he's been bouncing. I think red hair was an identifying factor for witches at one time. Really? Were they calling redheads witches? I wouldn't be surprised. How long have women been dyeing their hair red? How early did we discover red hair dye? Oh. Well, you know. If no one's going to be up there, do I need fences on it? The thing is, I might want to make that have access for people. Yes, we were also burned at the stake. I thought that I heard that. Yeah, that actually checks out. They were burning women for every reason. They were burning women for any reason. How can I make this? Because if I put the glass in, I just can't make this stick out too far or he'll hit it. I just don't think maybe it'll be that big of an issue. Let's try this. He's touching the ground, I think, when he bounces really high. If I undo this. He did get hurt. How much did you get hurt, though? Oh, he's fine. Is he healing himself? Do they do that? I could do trapdoors. As much as I like their bouncing, I think that it's safer if it's one lower and I leave this built the way that it was. To be honest, the top isn't centered. No, it isn't, because I'm trying to figure out. Oh, wait, how did that happen, actually? This part. Oh, maybe that'll fix what I was having an issue with. All right, let's put you back up. He did take damage on the way down, though. I'm scared. I'm scared for their safety. I might have to change it, though. I've already changed it this way. I might have to change it back. I have to do work on the inside of here, but the important thing was getting the build done. So at least that's done. Wait, what am I doing? I'm confused. I'm confusing myself. Yoink. Okay, so if it's this way, that might be why I was running into an issue. Okay, that works, actually. I just won't touch these together. Although if no one's coming up here to walk around, it doesn't matter anyway. But if I want to make it so people can come up here and walk around, I might even do like a little gate or something to make it not just look like a fence post like this. There isn't a way to get up here right now. I might make it so that there is one, just like the hide and seek. But for now, does that look dumb? Or does it look fine? And then, door. And glass. Ooh, oops. I thought about these being panes, but I don't know how I would do the corners. I would need it to be wider if I did that. And I don't want it wider. chain them to the ceiling. That wouldn't work. Chains don't work like that in this game. I think that works because now there's enough room for them to bounce around and they won't hit the corner of this thing. And if I want to add the little bench up there or little plants or just it being a viewing area for people to go up to, I can still, just like I did in hide and seek. And there's room to walk around a little bit. I don't think anyone's going to go hanging out up there. I don't know what I'll put inside here. I liked those popcorn machines I made. I think this works. I'm just now nervous. Let me untie the sheep. This is what I'm nervous about now. Actually, let me get up there and do it because then I could see. Okay, see, if I come over here, that wasn't supposed to happen, and it didn't happen in my test. It didn't happen in my test on the hide and seek server. When I unhooked them from there, it didn't take damage. How much did you take? Half a heart. I think it's just because he's coming from high up when I undo it. It's not because they're building like fall damage up. Otherwise, he would have died by now. Is it okay? And I think that the solution is no one should be taking them off, right? Except for me. And so I can do it. Oh, no, actually, you can't. Yeah, it's just because he's falling from... Oh, man. I know I already made the change to this thing. I might leave it that way anyway. Should I just make the fences longer? I have all these extra fences now. Should I just... I know it looks uglier. I could give them a slime. The thing is, they're going to land in all sorts of different blocks around here. So I would need to make like this whole 3x3 slime. And I just think it'll look ugly. I could put carpet. Would that break the slime if I put carpet over it? It still would look ugly though. Now I have to listen to that all day though. He won't get hurt. I think, what do I need to heal them? Is it just golden carrot? He is healing himself. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's fine. What are we looking at here? Your health is full. I hope they're having fun. Oop, I didn't mean to jump on at that. I meant to... I can't even reach this. Okay, he didn't take damage that time. It's just because I'm undoing the rope and they happen to be at the height of their jump. I'm willing to take the risk for the aesthetic. I'm gonna put them up there. Executive decision. It's totally fine. Let's go put the other ones in here. I might just not put the skeleton dog in for now. We're going to go do one crypt run and then I'm leaving. Then I've got to go. We're already here longer than I meant to be here for. All right, everybody, let's go. Popcorn. How much time did this take me? This actually took me all day yesterday to build it. In survival. And you know what I want to do? We don't have names for these guys yet. Come on up. Come on through. I'm going to put them right there just for a second. I'm going to put the no-named ones in the back. No offense to them. Oh my God. It does scare me, actually. It's also hard to read. Oh, see? It's okay, though. It's fine. I'll give it a thought. I'll give it a think. I'm going to put them back here, though. I think completely opposite to where I'll put him here. Okay, he was okay that time. We're going to move you back here. These aren't the OGs, so... All right. We're going to put you... Popcorn. Where did it go? No, stop. Come this way. We're going to put you here. Okay, it's fine. They just get so close to that corner. Oh, yeah, I did. Well, I built this already in creative on another server, so I knew what I was building, but it did take me all day, and I did have to spend a few hours in the nether, so that was part of the day, too. But I did already have the build planned out. All right, Animal Cracker, you're next. Come on. I think it makes sense that our doubles are on like opposite sides. And then we need, I'll put the skeleton dog in the front. To be honest, I might put him on an extra, oops. I might put him on an extra fence just for him. Just because he is the most rare. Come on, Animal Cracker. Animal Cracker in my soup. Come on up. Come on up. You know how to use a stair. In the gate and... They go up so high. This is fun. This is fun. Come on. I think that I like that I'm not hearing their little feet touching the floor every 5 seconds. Okay, Bullseye, you're coming next. Let's go see where you're going to get put. I think I'll put the rat and the horse on either side. Did I miscalculate how many animals I have? No, we need one more. That is the issue. And the one more will be hopefully another skeleton. Imagine another skeleton dog. Or I'll leave it for a future mount. I might just buy a horse because they're the cheapest ones. Can you not fit? I'm so sorry. I'll put those back after I've got my animals in. Where'd that fence go? All right, you can go around this way. Excuse us. Up he goes. This is fun. This is really fun. And Mr. Bobinski. It actually works that they're all white. It is like a nice cohesive thing. As much as I wanted the brown rat because I think it's the rarer one, or it's the harder one to get, you need more reputation for him. Okay, you're going to come around here. There's actually a white rat in the stables that's been abandoned. Are you okay? Jeez Louise, you got some air. Okay, you only took half a heart. Why is he doing that? His hitbox is different, I think, but they're all horses. I don't like that. Why are you bouncing so high? Some of these might just need an extra fence for their own sake. Because what the heck was that about? No one else is taking damage. Why did he take damage? He is the shortest one. He's bouncing the highest. Now he's not. Let me get on. Okay, he has a heart of damage. When I get... Look at how... Okay, I think he's the exception, actually. He might have to come down. Jesus Christ, why are you bouncing that high? Holy cow. Maybe some of them just need special treatment. His hitbox is different. I don't know how it works. That's annoying, but, you know, as long as I'm not over here. Now he looks like he's bouncing the same as the others. Why did he have so much air? That was crazy. Thank you, Agent Autism, for the bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, he was the only one not... No, well, actually, none of them are touching the floor. That was crazy. Why was he bouncing so high? Oh, my gosh. I can't place slime blocks under them because it would have to be the entire area around them. They don't bounce up and down in one spot. Especially when you get on and off of them, they move around. So I would need the entire 3x3 around him to be... Okay, how many hearts do you have? Because I am worried. They all have a lot of hearts. They can take a hit or two, but... Come on. You're going to be at the front. This is fun. Look at that. They're all bouncing pretty high. I thought they would be the same because they're horses, but I guess because his hitbox is smaller. I'm worried about him. He's not going to die. Nothing like this is going to kill him. Right? I don't have to worry about that. Okay. Are you having fun? Because now, observe. If I unhook this one, it'll take a little damage, but not a lot. Aw. Get down from there. You're not supposed to be up here. See, as long as they don't take damage when they hit that, that's really good that he didn't. They are bouncing really high, though. Oh, oops. I'm trying to grab the rope, not the sheep. That's the most damage they'll take, but I just need I need golden carrots on hand to heal them. Is that how you heal a horse? He's not bouncing like they are. Oh, never mind. It's just him who has to keep touching the floor because he'll keep taking damage if I leave him. Okay, this is fun, right? Is this not so fun? And then if I need to take him out because I have to go somewhere, I think because he's the biggest one, he didn't even take damage. He was up high when I did it. Ooh, oh, it was just nerve-wracking though. Watch. I don't think he was at the actual maximum height when I took that down, but I feel okay about this. This is I love this. I think this is good. The poor rat took a few hits. He's fine, though. Look how high the sheep is going. I think the only sad part is that I thought when you sit on them, they would still bounce. I think that if I did that, I would have to hang them from up there. But then they're going to take more damage. So you just kind of have to pretend. And I just have to put a saddle on all of them. You could do your own jumping. The ones without saddles can't jump, but I'll put saddles on everybody. It's make-believe. No one's going to come here and actually go on this ride and be like, oh, man, I wish I was bouncing. It's... Oh, my goodness. If I come back, I'm nervous. Why am I scared? Like, if I leave and come back, they're not all going to be dead, right? There's no reason to believe that. I'm kind of scared. You know what? Until I have no reason to feel like that'll happen. Okay, see, he was at the top and he didn't take damage. I'm just nervous for him. So until I know for sure that when I leave and come back, oh, that was wrong. I'm just not gonna have. If I come back and everyone's dead except for him, I can live with that. However, I'm just not ready to take that risk with him just yet. I just need to know that I can walk away, log out, log back in, come back, and they're not dead for some random reason. I don't know why they would be. I don't need to know why. Things happen. I don't know. Okay, we're going to do one crypt run and then I'm going to leave. How's that sound? Did you find the balloon? What balloon? What balloon are you talking about? Let me go put these things away in a box. Right? Like, I don't know. The server crashing? Are they all going to hit the ground really hard for no reason? It shouldn't work that way. We've already tested it. It doesn't work that way. But you never know. Oh, I can't see them from here. I'm so scared. Can we play field? I don't have another hour. I'm already an hour over what I was going to... I'm 2 hours over what I was going to do. But then I changed the plan. I have to go edit, and I don't know that I have enough time. I wish I could. Tomorrow, we're going to play Fields of Mystria. Tomorrow. Okay, I don't need these things. I wish I could. If I finished this earlier, I could have, but I just really don't have time. I have so many editings to do. Okay, we'll put that in here. I think I'm good for the crypt, right? I don't need anything else. I just have to go there. Oh, I have to take them out. Okay, we'll take him. I don't need anything. I have food. We don't lose items in there. All right, let's go do our crypt run. Let's go take our boy back to the crypt. Maybe he'll bring us good luck for another one. Could you imagine if I got a second one? That would be actual craziness. The problem is if I started to play Fields of Mystria, an hour wouldn't be good enough. Okay, do you fit through this? Because, okay, yeah, you do. Who didn't? One of them, the horse wouldn't fit through here. All right, let's go. Crypt time. It is the thing from Build and Seek. I put it on the server, and I've got my mounts bouncing. They seem good. We're going to go, and we're going to come back, and they're going to be alive, right? Definitely. What time tomorrow? Probably early again. I like getting these, hopefully earlier. I meant to be live even a little bit earlier today than I was. And probably only 2 hours. I just have 2 full videos to finish, and I usually take an entire day to do that. And I have tonight, tomorrow night, and Wednesday night. I have something in the middle of Wednesday I've got to do. So I'm hoping I can get all these videos done. Worst case, I'm prioritizing the misadventures one first. And then if I can't finish editing the repo one should take less time to edit though, actually. Misadventures takes a long time because I have hours and hours and hours of footage to go through to put together a 20 or 30 minute video. Even all the streams I'll take pieces out of. The repo, it was only 2 hours of a stream. So that'll be much easier to edit. So I'm going to do the misadventures first. Worst case, I don't get the repo video edited. And so 2 Saturdays from now, I won't have a video. But I think I can do it. I'm not worried still. But I can't stream for more today. I wish I started earlier because then I would have. I meant to start at 10:30. I should have woken up earlier. I beat myself up about it whenever I snooze. But I wanted to snooze. I just love sleep so much. Yeah, why does the horse not fit? Remember, all of these mounts are horses, but they do somehow have different hitboxes. I don't know how it works. The rat is just a horse, but his hitbox is not the same as a horse. He's shorter. And he's a horse, technically. They're all horses. And he fit through the gate. I guess he's so skinny though, right? He's all skin and bone. He's only bones. He's no skin. So he can fit. Now, maybe this is faster. I felt like it was slower one day. And Sausage said he felt like his got slow for some reason, but it wasn't slow before. Maybe it's been fixed. He's also bigger than the others, so I think he feels not as fast as the goat and the sheep. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, he's the latest one. And he's tied up. That's good. Cam lost number 7 yesterday. I thought that was another one. And so he had to have a new one spawned. It was because of me. It wasn't because of me, but it was because of me. The server crashed and his mount died. And the server crashed because allegedly I entered a corrupted chunk. Not something I could have known or done anything about. I was just running in the resource world and apparently I entered a chunk that was corrupted. There's no way to know that. It doesn't look different. But I touched it and the server crashed and his mount died. So that's always a risk. It only happens, Mr. Madspy said it only happens if you're riding on it when the server crashes. So as long as I'm not riding on it, and he'll respawn it for us. It's not a fair death if that happens, so they'll spawn a new one. If that happened to this mount, I wouldn't name him Wishbone 2. I would pretend it never happened. I wouldn't even maybe tell you. I would tell you and I wouldn't tell YouTube. Okay, that was actually pretty quick. Maybe he is faster now. Okay, you sit tight there. I'll be out lickety-split. One run, and I'm thinking it would be so insane if I got a second skeleton mount drop. Could you imagine? Could you imagine how cool that would be right now if that happened? Okay, hold on. Okay, that's Copper King. Remember that. I might forget. I haven't done this in quite a long time. Shoot, I don't have my spider sword anymore, but it's fine. You can't sneak through this room anymore. They've patched it. And these don't die in one hit with this sword, but that's okay. I won't die either. I don't have any god apples. Oh man, I'm out of it. I'm not used to this. It's been so long since we've crypt run before. There we go. Easy peasy. I remember this place like the back of my hand. Just like the back of my hand. Okay. Hello? Make me the luckiest girl in the world. You want to make me the luckiest girl in the world. You want me to have the best, greatest, the kind of weird, insane luck that I have that's not good or bad. This is the time. This would be the time. Okay, let's go. Okay, I didn't get it, but that's new. What? Bummer. I got an achievement. Don't know that's new. That's new because I've killed him 900 times. 934, now 935, I believe. Oops. No, now 934. It was 933 before. I didn't get the gold in there, and I do want it. That's good enough. All right, well, we had to try it. Imagine if I did do it, though. That would have been awesome. That would have been sick if I got it again. I know a lot of other people have been killing the dog. I'm not confirmed whether all of the kills count towards the 1 in 1,000 or if it's individual based. That's undetermined. But I should start killing it again. Although that would mean I'd get one from someone else who had been putting in all that time. That'd be kind of funny, though. It'd be kind of funny if I got another one. There he is. Which side is it on? This side. Excuse me. Missed. It would make a sweet gift. I wouldn't give it to anyone. I would put it in the carousel. That was the whole reason. If I got a second one, the whole point was to put him in the carousel. I think I'll just have to decide between horse or rat to be the 8th. Or I wait until there's a new mount and I put them in. Listen, it would be nice if I gave it as a gift, but the whole reason was I have one mount short from my carousel. It would have made a great extra mount. I might wait for another new mount. All right, we're going to take him home. We're going to put him back on the carousel. Actually, I might not. I might wait until I've had the experience of logging out and logging back in later to find out if any of them just mysteriously die. I can purchase all of them back, except for the goats. I think that if that happened, I would be allowed to have them respawned, and then I just wouldn't put them up that high. I would put them lower so that they're not bouncing. I think that would be fair. I don't think it'd be fair if they died when I log out. They're not accumulating fall damage. That's the only most important thing. I should just go for 1,000 kills. But if I got it, I would actually feel bad. I think if I got it, I'd feel horrible about it. Because I don't know if it's the whole server 1 in 1,000 or individually 1 in 1,000. I don't know how it would work or how it could work that way. But if it's on the server and I ruined everyone that's been trying to get it next because I jumped in and did a few and then I got it a second time and then it goes back to 0 out of 1,000 for the server, I would feel pretty bad. I wouldn't even be able to give it to anyone as a gift because how do you choose? There have been several people continuing to do crypt runs hoping to get this dog. How do you choose? If I stole the dog from everyone else who's been trying to do it, I thought he could just walk over that. I guess not. I would feel bad, and I couldn't possibly choose one of the several people who are trying to get this right now. You know, I could auction it. That's actually not allowed. I forget. I don't know if this could change or if there's a conversation to be had, but Pix is over 1,000. He definitely deserves it next. We are not supposed to give any mounts away. We're not supposed to auction them. We're not supposed to sell them. Not the ones. It would be invalidating to the people that spent the time, like me and Pix, killing this dog 1,000 times for someone to get it and then just to sell it. Then the person who buys it didn't really earn it. We were told that we're not allowed to sell the mounts to each other. I don't know if that'll change depending on how people feel about it, or if there could be a conversation about it if anyone feels differently, but that's what we were told. We're not allowed to sell these to each other. I forgot that was Avid's. I don't know if anyone would be mad about me getting a second one and giving it to Pix. I would have to ask. But getting them for the purpose of selling them to people was specifically said not allowed. So I'm not sure. I can't ask them to make any mount unless I build something for it to be a part of. I can't ask for mounts on this server unless I build something for it to go with. So I might get a mount with the circus that's reputation based. I will be able to get a mount with my dungeon that's a drop rate. I can't just request mounts for no reason. We're building this RPG world, basically, is the point of the server. We're building up towns and dungeons for everyone else to get to play and experience and have a great time with. We're not just being given mounts for no reason. So I don't get to just ask, can I have this mount on the server somehow? I would have to build something relevant. So a swamp dungeon, I could ask for a frog mount if I built one of those. I'm going to build a haunted mansion. I will not be asking for a frog mount. Look at everyone having the best time ever. I'm going to ask for a gargoyle mount for my dungeon. And if I get one for the town as well, I don't know that that's for sure. I don't think every town that's built also will get a mount based on reputation necessarily. Like Orchidia doesn't have one. So I might not even get one for the circus, but I will get to have one for the dungeon. I think that one's something everyone can have. We get to have a 1 in 1,000 or however much we want it to be rare or not rare. 1 in 2,000 if we want. No, I'm not doing that. Wait, I'm going to wait until I've logged out just to be sure it's absolutely safe. I'm not confident in it just yet. Yeah. Would you talk about my idea? I had an advertisement, so I didn't hear. Oh, no. So what I said is we don't get to just decide to have mounts for no reason on the server. We have to build something. So I've built this circus. It's a maybe if I get to have a mount associated with it that's reputation based. When I build a dungeon, I get to decide to have a mount that's a drop. That could be a 1 in 1,000. It could be more. It could be less. But I can't just ask for a mount to be on the server for no reason, I don't feel like. The whole point of this server is we're building this RPG world for each other. We're responsible for making towns, dungeons, attractions, things for other people to get to go and see and do. I'm hoping we get to see some dungeons soon from people. I'm sure that they must have been working on them for a while now. I'll do my dungeon when the town is done. But yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable just being like, can we have this mount on the server? And there not be a reason for it? We have to build the reason. So I could build a swamp dungeon and get a frog mount. I don't have plans to. My only plans so far are circus and a haunted mansion dungeon. After that, I could do whatever I want. I might build something else. I might build another dungeon with a mount, another mount. But it's not really something, maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't feel comfortable just saying, can we have this mount because I want it? And we would have to build something for it, right? It would need to be either a purchasable through reputation or a drop rate mount. I would have to build something for it to go with. I could build something in the swamp. But yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I'm not planning farther than the haunted mansion. Those are the two that I'm working on. We're going to finish the circus and then I'll see if we can make it a place that has reputation and have a mount associated. That's a maybe. And then I'll build the haunted mansion dungeon, which will get to have a mount that could be a drop rate, just like the skeleton dog is. I can make it harder or easier to get. And I want it to be a gargoyle, I think. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, there should be dungeons soon. And then this is obviously a long time work in progress. I'm hoping when I'm back, it'll only take a few more weeks of two more big things and then a bunch of little things filled in. But it has to be 100% completed for me to get Lizzie to bring in to then make it similar to Maryport and have all the functions of a town and have vendors and special heads. That'll take time, but I'm really excited. It's going to be a little bit slow of a process, but look at that. Look how good that looks. I'm really happy with that. I was debating putting a flag up here instead of the moon because I actually already have one of those moons on the back of the fortune teller tent. But you don't get to see it. It's in the back. And I thought the moon was too cute. I could always go in there and replace it with a flag, but I'm going to have a big tent with a flag. Got a flag there. I'll have little tents with flags too. Do you think it should be a flag? I can't decide. Yeah, Sausage has been working on one. A few people have been working on them. I know they're big projects. They take time because also they're going to need Lizzie to go in and do some technical work and Mr. Mad Spy to go in and do technical work. Yeah, Flip finished it. It just needs to be, it needs the technical work. I can't wait to see what his is. And do we get a mount from his? I don't know. It's not required, but I do believe it's allowed. If you build a dungeon, you can have a mount that can possibly drop. I don't know if when we build a town like this, we get to have a mount for reputation, because only one town has one for reputation. And then obviously there's the sewers and Molly. Maybe there can be circus reputation. I hope so. I'm definitely going to ask and hope that we can, because that'll be awesome. That'll be so cool. How does making a dungeon work? Basically, yeah, I'm going to log out of here. We'll do our final chit-chatting, but I think that is the end of playing Minecraft for today. Almost 4 hours. Save, replay. Basically, the way it'll work, we have to build the dungeon in the world, in survival. It has to physically exist in every way that it will when you enter it. So if you're going to go down underground, you need to build the basement. If you're going to go really big and up high in the sky, I need to move the sign so that it fits. I need this to be that much. I'm going to move it down a little bit. It just needs to be right above the plaque. There's too much space above my head. I love my new pink sign, though. I think it looks cute right in that little corner. Oopsies. What just happened? I've moved. There we go. Yeah, you have to get all the materials. You have to build it in survival in the world. So it will physically exist. But then for it to be RPG-ified and for Lizzie to go in and make it a real dungeon for us to play, the entrance will have a door like the crypt where it's just a black wall and you wait to enter. Physically, the dungeon behind that door will exist, but it'll be turned into something that is instance-based. But it does need to be physically built first. That's the way it works. I'm excited. It is going to be quite a project. Just looking at how big the crypt is, I'm thinking mine will be I think it'll be medium-sized. If I were to call the sewers a smaller dungeon, I'd call that a small dungeon. And the crypt is a large dungeon. I'm aiming for mine to be sort of medium. It'll be a big mansion type of house and then rooms to go through. I might need help figuring out how we want this dungeon to work and what do I want it to be, like levers, like how both the other dungeons are. We can be as creative as we can think. We can ask Lizzie and Mr. Mad Spy what's possible with command blocks or what we can have made potentially custom to work on the server. I don't know what the limits are. There are some. But is it just me? But this is like Kingdom Craft, but better and with more players. To be honest, I don't think it's anything like Kingdom Craft. Because Kingdom Craft is about building bases that can be raided faction style. It's a faction series. This isn't anything like factions. But we are building kingdoms. Yeah, Kingdom Craft was literally factions. I would say Misadventures is not factions at all. It's nothing like factions. But I do see you're not the first person to say that it's very much like Kingdom Craft. I think it's more like Empires 3. It's a spiritual Empires 3 maybe meets a little bit of Kingdom Craft. I like that idea. But we're not limited to a theme or a character. I could choose to stop being a clown tomorrow and then just start playing. I could become an elf if I felt like it. I could build a circus today, and when it's done, I could go build an elfin kingdom if I felt like it and start playing as an elf if I want. We're not limiting it to staying as a character and having a theme for the whole series like how Empires was. It's more loose, open RPG. We make it what we want it to be. I do think I'm going to stay a clown. However, my goal as a clown is to try every single job there is. I told Cam I wanted to be a student, and then he said he actually wanted me to be a teacher for everyone to have a course potentially that they could teach. So I'll have the Department of Clownery. And then I get to try on being a teacher. I tried on being an adventurer. I want to try on being... I'll probably join every guild at some point. I just didn't want to do it all at once even though all the guilds are open. I want to be a speedrunner. I want to be a road builder, but I'm doing it progressively. And then I want to be a student at Joey's Wizard Tower. We need to get Joey on, and he didn't upload his video of the Wizard Tower yet, did he? I want him to teach me how to be a wizard. And then I want to do a magic show, and I have a bunny ready for when I do it. I want to have a mime episode where I'm just like, I'm not talking today. I don't know how that one will go. My idea is to have my inner thoughts out loud. And I'm just running around as a mime. And I want it to be an active day on the server where I tell everyone, by the way, I'm a mime and I won't be able to talk, so I'll be miming things out. But I'm going to voice over my inner thoughts. I think that'll be really fun. So I'll wear different outfits and different hats. I do believe what will be consistent, however, is the nose. I think the nose is going to stay no matter what. I just visually in my mind love the idea of a little clown throwing on different outfits over my clown garb, if that makes sense. Like when I went to be an adventurer, I imagined the actual armor that I'm wearing in the dungeon to be knight's armor on top of my clown outfit. What I'm seeing in my brain about it, if I could be an artist and draw it, a really cool concept. Suit of armor around clown suit. And then I've got my cult robes, which I've been calling the cosmic robes. They're just on top of one of my other clown outfits. I'll always have a little bit of clown, I think, involved and associated. All right, I've got to go. I wish I could stay. I keep saying it's so hard for me to have a schedule because I really realistically would like to have more time making YouTube videos and having more of a consistent weekly, even twice a week YouTube schedule, but I stream so much. I am wiped afterward, and I don't have a lot of time to make 2 videos in a week if I'm streaming as much as I do. But when I'm live, I don't want to leave, and I love playing all of these games, and I don't want to play them by myself. I love sharing them, which at least it makes me feel better. I have the VOD channel, which I did upload 3 of last night, and I'm going to do even more tonight while I'm editing. I'll begin the misadventures editing, hopefully finish that tomorrow. Repo will be a quick edit. I'm not worried about it. I'm only stressed about the actual traveling and being away for 2 weeks. Don't leave. Every single one of you who's here right now better be there the first stream I do when I'm back from this 2-week trip. Pinky promise. Okay, pinky's up. You better still be here. At least I'm happy I'll have the YouTube videos going up, and I'll have lots of VODs going up. I'll be playing catch up. I'm going to start doing Spiritfarer. Pinky's up, everybody. Pinky promise you'll be here when I come back. There's like the smallest chance I try a live stream from my phone, an IRL stream from where I'm staying in Hungary. The only chance that happens is if everyone else goes out to do something that I don't feel like doing or going with them, which I know will happen on at least one occasion. I might take that time to say hello. I might not. I shouldn't even say that because I always say I might do this and then I never do it. But I think that could be really, really fun. In 2 weeks, I'm going to want to say a quick hello. I feel like I'm going to miss you guys so much. I'm going to miss playing my games. I'm going to miss everyone on Misadventures. I hope to make the server really active when I come back. I'm going to try and be proactive in getting people on and involved with me in stuff. I can't wait till the circus is done. I think the day that I have the grand opening of the circus is going to be so fun for everybody. You're turning into Ollie. What, does Ollie do that too? Where he's like, I might do this, and then he doesn't do it? I did say I might be live today, and I am. Well, I kind of actually definitely said I would be live today. I said I was going to be live Friday, and I wasn't. We need to get some people back on. I need Joey back on. I need to see his wizard tower. I'm just going to individually message people and say, I want to have a moment with you on the server. When are you free? To get more appearances from people. I've just had, it's hard for me to do all of that in between all of these different trips and conventions, between TwitchCon, then Summer Game Fest, and now this family trip. When I'm home, I don't have to worry about anything until TwitchCon San Diego, and that's not even that far away from my house. Not time-wise, but distance-wise. So that doesn't feel as big of a deal. I can't wait till I'm back and I can have a real schedule, but I'm so excited to go. I'm so excited for the food. I really, really am. All right, let me read the hugs. Thank you, everybody who subscribed today, gifted subs. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you, everyone who came in and raided or hung out from a raid or just has been here hanging out the whole day. or some of the day. Yeah, I think I need to be proactive and specifically ask people that we haven't maybe seen on a little bit. But like, hey, can you hop on for like 20 minutes for a clip and then I get to feature them in my video, or we get them on stream for something? I think I'm going to be able to get a lot of people when the circus is done. Do you see me ending stream? Did you hear the end of stream sounds? It's almost time to eat too. And I get to eat my invention. What I invented in my kitchen yesterday. I'm quite excited about. Spookiness, thank you for the gifted subs. We were in a heated discussion at the time, I think, when you sent those, and I really appreciate it. I hope everyone feels loved and I was like, why did universe get timed out? This community is... I used to say that this was a community tolerant of everyone, that everyone is welcome. I stopped saying that for a while because not everyone can be welcome in the same space because it's dangerous for other people. And I hope that every person in the LGBTQ community feels welcome here and safe and supported. And I love you. Happy Pride. I'm going to be live tomorrow, so I'll get to at least say one last thing of my last Pride. Happy Pride until I leave. You know what's really sad? I mentioned this, I think I did mention this because it was news that I heard about that is super disappointing. I'm going to Hungary in the last 2 weeks of Pride, and Hungary is one of the first and only so far, hopefully only, country in the EU that banned Pride this year. And I think that that's so disappointing. And hey, if you find out about protests happening, I don't know if that's a thing. And I don't know how dangerous that is for me as a person who's not from the country I'll be in. But let me know. Let me know because I love to participate. But I think that I don't know. It's awful. It's the only thing that's making me a little bummed about this trip at this specific time. I hope that it's rolled back because how can you ban something like that? How can you do that? I wanted to mention that. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for the food. I'm excited to experience the culture that my family come from and see the places that my grandmother was raised. But I can't help but feel sad about that at the same time, just because of when I'm going and just... I Googled and there's something on the 28th. If anyone happens to live there, I might look into it. I'm nervous about it. I protest here and I get nervous about it. Being in a different country doing it, I don't know what it's going to be like. And I would be so afraid to get arrested in another country. However, I very well may give it a try. Okay, hugs. That's what I was doing. I'd like to know about it. If anything, you pop in and you pop out during the daytime. Keep it real safe and quick. I'd like to show up. I'll look into it. Universe, thank you so much. I don't know if this mod poll happened. I saw is green a creative color? Is that this mod poll here? And One Purple Panda, get in here. Thank you so much for being here and watching for long enough. Yeah, I hope that they do protest. I don't know anything about the government over there or what it would be like. That's the thing that has me a little bit hesitant and spooked. That did happen. Okay, then I will check that off. Thank you guys so much. Have a happy Pride. Nothing will make any of us go away. That's for sure. So, never fear. We're all always going to be here. And I'm going to send you guys away. There's a lot of people live right now. I'm going to go eat my dinner at the same time as my... Oh, she's plopped over in seal formation. Boom, boom. Let's see. What is this game Rematch that everyone's playing? What's that about? You know what? I want you guys to go raid Tango. I don't ever see him live when I'm ending. I'm either ending I don't even know. I'm live at different times than my friends usually, but go say hello. Be so nice, so cool, so friendly. I will be safe. I will absolutely stay safe. Same goes to you guys, everyone. Stay safe. Watch out for each other. I don't agree with any of what's going on at all. But be aware and stay safe. Those were good points. Thank you so much for being here. I'll be here tomorrow. I feel like I'm saying my final goodbye. I'll be here tomorrow, and then we'll get sad about it. So don't get sad about it right now, but stay safe. Be aware. Participate in the ways that you can to help others. And remember, treat your neighbor as you would like to be treated. You know, my great grandparents had to flee their country, and they entered another country illegally and then eventually got to America. It's not so uncommon. That's how everyone got here before. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. I'll see you all soon. Go say hi to Tango. I'm excited for my trip. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Probably around the same time, if not slightly earlier. I'm going to try to be on a little earlier, but not later. And I'll see you then. Goodbye.